members and indeed everyone here that this forum is being webcast. This means that your image and what you say will be broadcast live to the public and is also recorded. Please be mindful of what you say and avoid making statements that may defame or offend anyone. Council is not responsible for your actions. Please switch off your phones or put them in silent for the duration of the forum. I ask everyone here to remain seated while the forum is underway. Welcome to our community members that have joined us via webcast and in the public gallery for the December 2025 Central Coast Council Public Forum. I now declare the public forum open at 6 o'clock. We are holding this public forum today to hear from community members who have registered to speak on items before the council meeting tonight. I ask that the community members be listened to in silence and with respect. Where the speakers are commenting on a document proposed to be exhibited for community submissions, I remind you that you must always make your submissions once the exhibition opens. I will call each person to the lectern and remind the community members registered to speak that your address to council is being live streamed and recorded, and you each have 3 minutes. However, council can grant 1 additional minute for your address at its discretion. Once your address to council has concluded, please remain at the podium, as council may wish to ask some questions. I note the following people have requested to address council. We'll get Theodore Brown speaking on for 3.4 plan proposal for 2A Melbourne Street and 3032 Caroline Street, East Gosford. Ken Greenwald, 5.1 Community and Culture, Minutes and Recommendations, he's speaking for. Scott Gould, 7.1 Design Excellence Competition for Old Gosford Library. Eugene Bandas, Design Excellence Competition for Old Gosford Library, 7.1. Ron Stapleton, 7.5 Notice of Motion, St Hubert's Island Plan of Works. And Rosemary Long, 7.6 Notice of Motion, Wyoming Road Residents Petition. And she's speaking for as well. I now invite the first speaker, who will be Theodore Brown. Is Theodore here? Yep. Thank you.
Sorry, that's better, eh? All right, sorry. My name is Ron Stapleton. I'm Vice President of St Hubert's Island Residents Association, referred to as SHEAR in most of the documents. Appreciate the opportunity to speak in favour of the motion before the Council for the restoration of St Hubert's Island's canals. A little bit of quick history. In 1788, Governor Philip camped on St Hubert's Island after his expedition rode from Sydney Harbour to explore rivers to the north. There is a monument on the park to mark the occasion. St Hubert's Island is celebrated every day. This is most probably the first European landing on the Central Coast. A little bit of history. When the island was originally developed by Hooker Rex in the 1970s, the council retained the ownership of the canal drainage reserves and was responsible for the maintenance of the reserves. But nothing had been done to remove polluted runoff from the roads or replenish the sand that has receded into the canals since the island's conception, to the point that the tidal flow within the canals had been seriously affected. Pardon me. In 1999, when pontoons and jetties first became introduced, the then President of SHEAR, Mr Ron Spratt, OAM, submitted a motion to Council to have the annual council rates for the jetties be placed into an account, including the interest, to service the canal's maintenance program. In 2017, after persistent request for urgent work to be conducted by residents and SHEAR, the Council commissioned GHD consultants to develop guidelines for management for the St Hubert's Island canals. Both SHEAR and Council staff were pleased with a 50-page report that outlined the damaged environment, the condition of the canals, and guidelines for management for ongoing restoration program for works. but the report was never adopted by the council and no maintenance work was ever commissioned. It wasn't until Mr. Rick Hart was appointed administrator to the council, the Central Coast Council then, and he and other senior council staff.
It's okay, Ron, we'll give you, and that's 30 seconds to go, and we'll give you an extra minute if you need it.
Sorry?
We'll give you an extra minute if you need it.
Oh, sorry. No, I'm pretty right, I think. It really won't be long. I think I'll get there. Sorry, appointed him as Central Coast Council, and he and other senior council staff attended an on-site meeting and requested by Shearer, in which he instructed staff to work with Shearer using the 2017 report as guidelines to develop management program and release funds from the pontoon account to pay for the work. Since then, we have worked closely with the council staff and council contractor, Australian Environmental Services, conducting trials to remove siltation from the stormwater drains and pump sand back to the seawall to prevent further erosion. This motion will allow trials to be completed that will be used to produce a scope of work and associated costs from 4-year maintenance program to utilise restricted funds in account to restore St Hubert's Island canals. Thank you. I encourage you to move the motion.
Thank you. Just wait there. Any questions for Ron? No. All good. Thanks. Thanks, Ron.
Thank you.
It's asked earlier, is Theodore Brown here? Is Theodore in the room? No. He's down to speak. No, Theodore, no. Next speaker is Ken Greenwald. Thanks, Ken. And he's speaking on 5.1, Community and Culture Minutes and Recommendations.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be speaking in support of the current recommendation from the Community and Culture Committee, supporting the committee's recommendation to retain the Wyre Memorial Olympic Pool in the draft Central Coast Leisure and Aquatic Strategy, which I believe, based on the response I witnessed from the community to keep the Wyre Memorial Olympic Pool, would be welcomed. A petition was raised to see if the local community agreed with retaining the Wyre Pool, being backed by, thankfully, in a large part by like-minded Wyre retailers and by direct visitations. The answer given was a very large and clear yes to keeping the Wyre Pool. It is the correct recommendation because the Wyre Pool is situated in the most transport accessible location probably on the Central Coast, with 14 bus services stopping at the nearby station and with trains arriving at least every half hour from the north and south most days, services from everywhere. Even Gosford Pool is not that close to transport. No need for a car, just an Opal card or walk from your home to access an affordable family day out or your sport or training needs. The recommendation is the correct one. The northern half of the Central Coast is the fastest growing area of the Central Coast. The forecast for population growth in the strategy period included the ever-developing north in the range of 19,000 people. This will be a large regional city just tacked on and accommodated on the Central Coast. Imagine, if you will, a town the size of Griffith, larger than Taree, or the whole of Penrith added on the northern coast. This is on top of the huge growth that has happened already since the Warnervale Pool was first proposed around 2009, especially in the expansive area from Wyong to the suburbs north of there. Because of this, the Central Coast needs and deserves extra services to be delivered, and not one like the Wyong Pool closed, swapped and moved away. The recommendation also maintains the Wyong Pool site that is already suitably set up service-wise to support a large Olympic-sized pool, and logically it's a cost-effective location to support an even newer aquatic activity needs into the future. The recommendation is correct because the Wyre Memorial Olympic Pool was originally built from the efforts of the local community of the Wyre, fundraising half of the cost to build it, a very large sum in the day, with the state government funding the other half. Even the outdoor tables and chairs were funded by external means. A real town pool dedicated to our service people, by the way. This is not just history, as witnessed in the community petition. If asked, the people have shown they still feel the same way for their pool. Just like the Gosford Pool, which is of similar age, which is kept and maintained because it has been proven to be needed by the community there, so should the Wyre Pool be retained for the exact same reasons. This is the correct recommendation. It is good planning, does not shortchange the residents of the Central Coast in sorely required service they need to keep, not close as the area grows. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Good time. Any questions for Ken? No, thanks, Ken.
Thank you.
Next speaker we've got is Scott Gould, who's speaking on 7.1 Design Excellence Competition for Old Gosford Library. Thanks, Scott.
Thank you, Mr Mayor and councillors, for the opportunity to speak this evening. I'd like to start by sharing the thoughts and support of the business community for the Cooley-Wong residents who tragically lost their homes over the weekend, and to the emergency services workers who have worked tirelessly to contain the damage. My name is Scott Gould. I'm Regional Director at Business New South Wales here on the Central Coast. I'm here to support a bold, future-focused vision for the old Gosford Library, one that aligns with community needs, the New South Wales Government Architects Urban Design Framework, and Council's commitment to a special entertainment precinct for Gosford. Gosford is experiencing rapid growth, with thousands of new residents and major developments transforming our city centre. As the city evolves, so too must our public spaces. The old library, centrally located at the heart of Kibble Park, offers a unique opportunity to create a vibrant hub for arts, culture and hospitality, an anchor for recreation and the visitor economy. Councillor Moolan's notice of motion and the Government Architects Framework both call for adaptive reuse that activates Kibble Park, respects the building's heritage and strengthens our ties to our sister city in Japan. Council's Special Entertainment Precinct and state government funding through the Uptown Accelerator program will further energise Gosford's centre. Repurposing the library as an arts centre would provide flexible exhibition and performance spaces, support local artists and foster creative engagement. Importantly, integrating a hospitality offering such as a cafe, restaurant or event space would activate the park edges, encourage day and night use and support local businesses. A mixed use model attracting private investment and generating rental income will help council offset costs, reinvest in programming and reduce reliance on government funding. This partnership between public and private sectors will deliver lasting community benefits. Adaptive reuse with arts, hospitality and commercial leasing is not only a practical strategy, but also a catalyst for innovation and resilience. It will help Gosford's new hub and special entertainment precinct thrive. It will support the visitor economy and safeguard council resources. So let's seize this opportunity.
Excuse me, Scott, you've got another minute.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Let's seize this opportunity to reimagine the old Gosford Library, not as a relic, but as a landmark for Gosford's future. Thank you for helping shape a dynamic and livable Gosford. Thank you.
Thanks, Scott. Any questions for Scott? Oh, sorry, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Gould, you mentioned you spoke about support from the business community. Can you elaborate on that a bit? Like, what sort of interest is that? Are you seeing restaurateurs willing to set something up, or is that the sort of feedback you're getting, or is it just broader support about how that would fit into the Gosford?
It's a combination, Councillor. There is support for the special entertainment precinct. There's a lot of work happening at the moment with hospitality operators. Also, there's some interest from the Gosford Strip Precinct, which has obviously received that state government funding from the Uptown Accelerator program. So there's interest through that as well in terms of arts and culture and entertainment going into the library facility.
Councillor Lamont.
Thank you. Scott, just a question. I think it might have been you that mentioned that you're concerned about having alcohol and youth in the Kibble Park area. Do you still feel the same?
Yes, Councillor, yeah, and you do recall that correctly. That was in the context when RIS, the Regional Youth Support Services Group, was interested in putting their youth support hub into the old library in Kibble Park. And I was quite vocal at the time, advocating that while we definitely need that youth support services in Gosford, there was concern from business operators around that at-risk youth cohort being in Kibble Park, where we were going to be having entertainment and alcohol in the evening. And in fact, now Business New South Wales, in conjunction with some of its regional leader members, have been working with RIS on a new site that's at the bus terminal, just really diagonally across from the new university campus. And we're working on some fundraising activity there to help them set that facility up in that area.
Okay, thank you.
No other questions for Scott. Thanks, Scott. Rosemary,
Thank you.
would you like to come up to lectern, Rosemary? Thank you. Rosemary is speaking item 7.6, notice of motion, Wyoming Road residents petition, and she's speaking for.
Thank you. I initiated this petition on behalf of Wyoming Road users and residents with my husband Bob. However, Wyoming residents have been agitating for the rehabilitation of Wyoming Road for a long time. For a footpath since 1967, for curbing and guttering since 1971. I believe Council will have a file full of complaints and petitions over the years from various residents about the road. In an article in the local paper in 1999, Councillor Daniel Cook said Wyoming Road is currently one of the worst roads in the city. A letter to us from him in 2000 said he had secured funding for the work. Then extensive work was carried out on the northern end of Wyoming Road in around 2000. Footpath, curb and guttering, and surface upgrade. We assume work would then begin on the southern end. Nothing more. We received a letter in 2004 from Graham Collier, then Council's project officer, in which he set out 3 stages. Stage 3 was listed for the southern end of Wyoming Road, that it would be included in the future capital works program. Stage 3 has never happened. No doubt other residents have contacted Council about the lack of progress. We called and emailed over years and we kept getting fobbed off. Next year, 2 years, 5 years. Then Wyoming Road South is not a Council priority. The work is not in any capital works program in the foreseeable future. No reason ever given. Over the years, with greater car use and it being a general bus route and a school bus route, the road surface has become degraded and large potholes have formed. I've sought assistance from local members and they seem to say they will assist with funding, but it seems we need to get it into the Council program before that can work, so it's a sort of a catch-22. We're just going round and round, seeing who has to start first. The southern end of Wyoming Road is very dangerous now. There is a crest midway down and cars cannot see one another coming each way, and they're crossing over each side to avoid the potholes. I note some work is included in the 2027-28 road renewal program, but as far as I can see, that is only some pothole fixes. The southern end of Wyoming Road. Sorry, I've already said that. I'm a pedestrian who walks up and down the road nearly every day. There is no footpath. The road is steep. Loose gravel from failed road repairs make it easier to slip. I must constantly step off the road to avoid traffic, which is difficult in the dark and after heavy rain. The verge is uneven. As a driver, I also experience the need to avoid potholes, as well as other cars and pedestrians.
Rosemary, you've got another minute.
The rehabilitation of the southern end of Wyoming Road was a Council priority. I do not understand why that is no longer so. The road has much worsened since 2000 and is much more heavily frequented. So the Wyoming residents ask for your support in favour of the petition. Thank you.
Thanks, Rosemary. Any questions? Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Rosemary, for your raising the petition with the council, and thank you for your leadership in the community in advocating on this issue for a very long time. My question to you is basically for the 15 of us who are going to be voting on this petition motion tonight, what's the sort of bare minimum that you'd like to see us do, or what's the basic thing you think that we should do, the simplest thing we should do?
I suppose selfishly, a footpath would be the first thing I would like. Curbing and guttering. But I suppose most importantly, a complete redo of the road. There are potholes from one end of that to the other. You know, when buses and the garbage trucks go up, it's just scary, you know. When I went around with my petition, people said, well, you know, I won't walk there with my child in a pram. You know, it's just too dangerous. You know, there are quite a lot of elderly people up that way now and they're no longer walking. You know, it's quite scary.
Just a final question. After all the sort of failed or forgotten promises from the former councils, would it give you greater trust in this council and the future of our region should this council choose to adopt the resolution in front of us tonight with the petition?
Certainly, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much. Now declare the public forum closed at 6:21. You're invited to watch the webcast of the council meeting. Good evening, everyone. In the event of emergency or fire, please remain calm and wait for instructions from the CEO, council officers or security guards. If we need to evacuate the building, council has 2 emergency muster points. These are the footpath of the Grand Hotel at the front of the building and Frank Balance Park in the rear of the building. In the event of a medical emergency, please alert council officers for assistance. I remind councillors and all those that are in the chamber that your image and what you say may be broadcast live to the public, so please be mindful of your actions and comments. You should avoid making statements that might defame or offend, and note that a recording of this meeting will be retained online and in council's archives. Please turn your mobile phones off or switch to silent. Filming and photography are not permitted in the chamber. Anyone observed to be filming the meeting may be asked to leave. I would like to remind councillors to turn their microphones on before speaking and off again when no longer addressing council. Councillors who are joining via audio-visual link must ensure that their camera is turned on for the entirety of the meeting. I remind councillors that we have been elected to represent our community and are tasked with making decisions and solving problems. I encourage all councillors to please keep the debate robust but polite and respectful. The Code of Conduct defines behaviour standards and sets out a mechanism to respond to any contraventions. I now declare the meeting open at 6:31. A warm welcome to everyone in the gallery and those watching along at home tonight. We acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land on which we live, work and play. We pay our respects to Darkinjung country and elders past and present. We recognise the continued connection to these lands and waterways and extend this acknowledgement to the homelands and stories of those who also call this place home. We recognise our future leaders and the shared responsibility to care for and protect our place and people. Before we commence, I would like us to take a moment to acknowledge the devastating bushfire which swept through Coolewong, Fagans Bay and Woi Woi Bay over the weekend. Our thoughts are with every member of the community who has been impacted. I will shortly move a mayoral minute on this topic. A request was received by Councillor Daniels to attend this meeting by audio-visual link in accordance with Clause 6.21 of the Code of Meeting Practice. I note that in accordance with Clause 6.24 of the Code of Meeting Practice, Councillor Daniels is entitled to vote on this item. That the Council approves the request by Councillor Daniels to attend the Council meeting 9th of September 2025 at 6:30 p.m. by audio-visual link, and she is unable to attend in person due to personal reasons. I now put the motion. All those voting in favour of this motion, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Unanimous. Thank you. I declare the motion carried. Item 1.5, disclosures of interest. I will now ask each councillor to disclose any conflict of interest they may have in items on tonight's agenda. Firstly, myself, I confirm that I do not have any conflicts. Councillor Newland?
No conflicts, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Daniels?
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McGregor?
No in conflicts, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Castles?
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Crowley? Councillor Walsh?
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
I wish to declare an interest in relation to item 6.1 on the basis that my husband is a member of the governing body of the Newcastle University and that I am a enrolled student at Newcastle University. I will manage that conflict by leaving the chamber and not participating in either the debate or the vote on that item.
Thanks, Councillor Neal. Councillor Lamont?
Nothing to declare, thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Reaton?
Yes, I'll declare a pecuniary interest in the second part of item 2.3, the mayoral minute, dealing with the appointment of the external panel. And for that part of that motion, I will leave the chamber and take no part in the debate or the voting.
Thank you. Councillor Stanton?
No known conflicts to declare. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Nothing to declare, Mr Mayor.
Councillor McNamara?
Nothing to declare.
Councillor McQuaid?
No known conflicts, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 1.6, confirmation of minutes. I now call for a mover and a seconder. Councillor Reeton, seconded by Councillor Mooland. All those in favour? Sorry,
I just
Councillor
have an
Lamont.
amendment that I'd like to be considered. If the ladies from Civic could possibly put it up on the screen. The reason for this, can I speak to it, or is that okay? Is at the moment we've got a paper that basically provides an agenda for all the items that we're talking about every night. Then we get to the minutes, which really don't give any detail on debate or anything that's discussed here on the decisions that we make. So we're sort of forced to go to the YouTube that is provided after the meetings. I've heard comments from people in the community that it's very hard to actually, you know, one person even suggested it's a lot more fun watching the YouTube at 1.5 times speed than actually trying to find an item. And I just think if we had a timestamp, it would actually make it a lot more transparent, so we can actually allow both ourselves to find things in the match things up in the minutes with what actually happened in the meeting. And that, I just hope the council support it. I don't think it's a big deal.
Okay, Councillor Mott, I'll take that on notice.
Mr Mayor, there hasn't been a
Yes, sir.
seconder, but my understanding is that that's already in the minutes. Each item is time-stamped.
Can Civic, we're getting a nod, is that the case? Yes, so,
Mr Mayor, I will just second for the purpose of debate so that we can deal with that.
yeah, so Councillor Lamont, what the Civic are saying is that the timestamps are there. Okay, thank you. So all those in favour of the original motion? Okay. Yeah, unanimous, thank you. Item 1.7, items resolved by exception. Council intends to deal with the multiple items of business on the agenda together by the way of single resolution, except for the items dealing with financial matters, matters that the councillors wish to speak on, the minutes of standing committee meetings and notices of motion, which will be dealt with separately. I will now call the number and the title of each item that has not yet been starred by councillors. These items only will be moved by exception. 6.3, South African Rugby Union Springboks pre-Rugby World Cup training camp, results of public exhibition. 6.8, Code of Meeting Practice for adoption.
I'll call that one, Mr Mayor, please. Thank you.
So, Councillor Smith. 6.9, Remuneration Tribunal invitation for submissions. 6.10, Gosford Regional Library project status update. And 6.11, Community Support Grant Programme, October 2025 for endorsement. So it's just 6.8. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. First mayoral minute tonight is 2.1 mayoral minute Ian Rebelliard OAM legacy on the Central Coast. Councillors, after more than 4 decades in professional sport and sports management, Ian Moose Rebelliard OAM will retire on the 18th of December 2025. While recognised nationally for his contributions to Australian sport, Ian's most enduring legacy lies in his impact on the Central Coast community. In 2004, Ian founded Central Coast Academy of Sport, identifying a critical need for high-performance pathway for young regional athletes. His vision transformed opportunities for local talent, creating structured programs, forging strong community and corporate partnerships, and ensuring athletes from the coast would access the same development support as those in metropolitan areas. Under his leadership, Central Coast Academy of Sport became a benchmark for regional athletic development and model replicated across New South Wales. Ian's influence extended beyond the academy. He championed the collaboration across the regional academies of sport network, driving reforms that strengthened pathways and expanded opportunities for athletes statewide. His leadership ensured the Central Coast remained at the forefront of innovation and in athlete development. In 2017, Ian's contributions were formally recognised with the Medal of the Order of Australia for distinguished service to sport as an athlete, coach and administrator. Yet for the Central Coast, his impact is most visible in the generations of athletes who have benefited from his mentorship, vision and unwavering commitment to the region. On behalf of Council, we thank Ian for his contribution to Central Coast and the legacy he has left. His influence will continue to shape sport and community pride for years to come. I now move to receive this mayoral minute. All those in favour, please raise your hand and keep it raised. Thank you. Unanimous. Thank you. Second mayoral minute is the devastating Coolewong bushfire. Councillors, on Saturday the 6th of December 2025, a devastating bushfire swept through Coolewong, Fagans Bay and Woy Woy Bay. The blaze was fueled by extremely hot and windy conditions, spreading with alarming speed and burning more than 129 hectares. Tragically, over 16 homes were destroyed and many others were damaged. I acknowledge the heroic efforts of our emergency service, personnel and volunteers who went above and beyond during the extraordinarily difficult time. I also extend a sincere thanks to Gosford RSL Club for establishing an emergency evacuation centre and supporting this crisis. I am deeply grateful to the many Central Coast residents who have offered donations and practical assistance. Your generosity and community spirit reflect the very best of our region. I also appreciate the support of New South Wales Premier Chris Minns, who visited our region on Sunday to express his concern and solidarity with the community. The Central Coast has now received the Natural Disaster Declaration. This means residents whose homes have been destroyed or damaged may be eligible for immediate financial assistance, as well as support for the clean-up, rebuilding and recovery. We are now entering the recovery phase, with the preparations underway for handover to the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority. Council will closely work with residents who have lost homes and other structures to ensure rebuilding and demolition processes are streamlined as possible. Council's website and Facebook page will continue to be updated with information and links to relevant agencies. Sadly, this disaster was not isolated. Fires also burned across other parts of New South Wales and in Tasmania over the weekend, resulting in further loss of homes. Our thoughts remain with all those affected, and our profound gratitude goes to the first responders who work with such dedication and in the face of adversity. With summer only just beginning, we may be facing a challenging bushfire season. I encourage all residents in the fire-prone areas to ensure their bushfire survival plan is up to date. The New South Wales Rural Fire Service website provides helpful resources and free guide to assist with planning. I now move this mayoral minute. However, I have been working with Councillor Neil on additional recommendations which staff will now display on the screen. Councillor Neil, could you please read through this motion?
I will do so and will also speak briefly to it. The motion is that the mayoral minute be noted. Secondly, that the council work closely with the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority to aid and support for the communities and individuals affected by the 6th of December bushfires. That the CEO be delegated authority to authorise A, establishment of a bushfire recovery program to a maximum value of $1 million and gives notice as per section 356 of the Local Government Act. B, the provision of expanded waste disposal services for residents affected by the bushfire, primarily in the wider bushfire management exclusion zone, including providing bulk waste skip bins at centralised locations across the broader area to dispose of priority items such as perishable food. 2, providing the opportunity to order additional and bulk curbside collections, providing the prompt replacement of any damaged bins, providing additional collection of existing bins for disposal of excess household waste, continuation of a weekly household curbside bin and bulk waste collection, and for roads currently closed, services will resume immediately once access is restored. We'll also support owners to mitigate out-of-pocket expenses for waste disposal fees at council waste facilities for clean-up and disposal of building waste from sites where houses were destroyed or damaged by the bushfire. Establishment of a pre-DA building advisory and development assessment service at no charge for residents to assist in the fast-tracking of the rebuild of their destroyed or damaged houses. Request the RFS to contribute to the building advisory service as part of our fast-tracking the rebuild. Waive developed application fees and planning certificates for residents that are rebuilding houses destroyed or damaged by the bushfire. Provide support to the RFS to make safe properties that have houses which were destroyed or damaged by the bushfire, including the removal of unsafe trees on public and private land, where approval is provided, for example, by the Leo Con. Provide support for the uninsured residents located in the bushfire management exclusion zone to remove burnt-out vehicles caused by the bushfire. Work with residents that have their houses destroyed or damaged to identify additional support mechanisms that council can consider. Extend the current council rates hardship program to apply to residents who have a house that has been destroyed or damaged by the bushfire in the bushfire management exclusion zone. That the CEO provide a report to council in February 2026 to update on the support provided to residents, the financial value of the support, and to propose any further measures to support the recovery process. And I would like to briefly speak further on this matter, Mr. Mayor. We are moving this motion because over the weekend our community has lived through something that it will never forget. On Saturday the 6th of December, a fierce bushfire swept through Coolewong and moved into Fegans Bay and Woy Woy Bay. Fanned by extreme heat and strong winds, the fire moved with terrifying speed through the bush and down into our streets. The New South Wales Rural Fire Service has now confirmed the scale of the damage: 16 houses destroyed in Coolewong, many others damaged, and whole streets scarred by fire. 122 hectares of bush has been burned just in those two areas. 16 homes is not just a number. 16 families, 16 kitchens, front verandas, children's bedrooms, gardens, where people have celebrated, lived and enjoyed their life. To those who have lost everything, I want to say this very clearly: you are not alone. Your community is standing beside you. Council is standing beside you. The state and federal government have now declared a national disaster in this area, unlocking immediately financial and practical assistance for affected residents. But tonight is not about announcement and process, it's about people. Over the weekend, many of you had only moments, to grab what you could and flee. Some left with little more than their clothes they were wearing, pets under their arms, children under the other. Others watched from across the bay as flames crowned in the ridges above Coolewong and leapt a kilometre across the water towards Woy Woy Bay, carried by a wind that seemed determined to do its worst. In the middle of that chaos, something else stepped forward: the courage, dedication and compassion of the community. We saw it in the New South Wales Fire Service, volunteers and fire and rescue crews who stood between the flames and our homes, on the ground and in the air, with aircraft water bombing in brutal conditions. We saw it in the police, SES, national parks and other emergency services, door knocking, coordinating excavations, evacuations and keeping people safe. We saw it in the place of refuge, Gosford RSL opened its doors to an evacuation centre, welcoming people who had arrived exhausted, covered in ash, often in deep shock. Staff and volunteers there and at other community hubs provided food blankets, phone chargers, and most importantly, kindness. We saw it in neighbours who turned up with spare beds, clothes, and shoulders to cry on. We also saw it in local businesses donating meals and vouchers, in people who had lost their own home asking, what can I do to help someone else? That is who we are as coasties. As we move from the emergency response and recovery, the work is just beginning. In the coming days and weeks, the New South Wales Reconstruction Authority will take the lead. Disaster relief payments and grants will become available for eligible residents, and information will continue to be updated on Council's website and social media and through Services Australia. Council will also do their part to support residents who have lost their homes or had their homes damaged, and I've read those out in some detail. Even if your house is still standing, you may be feeling shaken, angry, numb, guilty that your place survived when your neighbours didn't. Children may be having nightmares or become clingy and anxious. These are all very normal reactions to these abnormal events. There is no right way to feel after a fire like this. Please reach out for support. Reach out to the formal supports, your GP, Lifeline, local counselling services or community organisations, or just talk to a neighbour, have a cup of coffee with a friend, and sit together and enjoy the support that each other's company provides. In time, we will need to have the harder conversations about preparedness, about our changing climate and hotter, drier summers, about how we plan our suburbs on the bush interface, and about the resources we give our firefighters and our emergency services. But tonight is for solidarity and care. For the residents of Coolewong, Fegans Bay and Woiwoi Bay who are grieving the loss of their homes, you have suffered a terrible blow, but you have not lost your place in this community. Your address may have changed, but your belonging has not. We will walk with you through the months ahead, through the paperwork and the rebuilding, and the painful anniversaries and the impacts of the fire. To our RFS volunteers, our emergency services, and the countless people who have stepped up in big and small ways, thank you. Your courage, your professionalism and compassion have saved lives and protected much more than we can count. In the blackened bush above the bay, we will soon see further green shoots through those ashes, but we will also see new homes rising, new stories being written, and new memories made. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Milland.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to second the motion, and I'd like to thank both yourself and Councillor Neil. Feeling like a very proud Deputy Mayor at the moment. Spending time in the recovery centre with the Mayor over the weekend and hearing the stories of loss. But there were some amazing stories about our community that came out at the same time. So I'm very proud that our council has put that motion up. I think it's probably the minimum we can do at this stage, and I'm sure there's more that council will find ways to help moving forward. But I echo Councillor Neil's sentiment. There's a long way to go. A lot of people have lost their homes. It's going to take a long time in recovery, for recovery. So thank you, Mr. Mayor, putting this up. I hope, and I'm sure all our councillors will support it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. I now put the motion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, everybody. Item 3.2.3, mayoral minute, councillor appointment to external panel. The current council nominees to the Hunter Central Coast Regional Planning Panel were endorsed at the ordinary council meeting held on the 29th of October 2024. At that meeting, 4 councillors were nominated to sit on the panel, comprising 2 appointed members and 2 alternate members. Minute 406/24 records that Council resolved to nominate Councillor Stanton for a 3-year term and that Councillor Eaton OAM for a 1-year term as members of the panel. Councillor Wright and Councillor McGregor were nominated as alternate members. Councillor Eaton's OAM's 1-year term expired on the 29th of October 2025. He was subsequently invited to attend the Hunter Central Coast Regional Planning Panel meeting on the 2nd of December 2025, where 2 matters were heard. Recent New South Wales legislative reforms have commenced. The stage abolition of the Sydney District and Regional Planning Panels. The Planning Reform Bill passed in November 2025 provides for the removal of all regional planning panels, including the Hunter Central Coast Regional Planning Panel. While no specific end date has been set, the intent is to complete abolition during 2026. In light of the imminent dissolution of the Regional Planning Panel, I believe that it would seem appropriate to extend Councillor Eaton's tenure until the panel is dissolved. And the motion is that the Council extend Councillor Eaton's as a member of the Hunter and Central Coast Regional Planning Panel for a period expiring on the 31st of December 2026 or until the dissolution of the panel, whichever occurs first. Is there any? Councillor Castles?
Could I just ask a question? I note that there are 2 alternates, which is Councillor Wright and Councillor McGregor. I'm just wondering whether there was any consideration given to one of them, purely because they're, I believe that, as far as I know, that they're on that position for the term of council. I think that's correct. Please correct me if I'm incorrect. Was there any consideration given to that, or was this decided that this was, you know, the best option?
Yes, I'll just answer my knowledge on it. It was just discussed because that last meeting, Councillor Eaton wasn't actually on there, so it was a mistake by the planning panel to actually invite him on. So by extending them, that covers those 2 meetings. And that was one of the reasons. And because it could finish as soon as June or July, and to get somebody else in and get them trained up, it's maybe just as easy to keep Councillor Eaton in there. Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I did have a similar question to Councillor Castles. So sorry, can you clarify? I thought I read in the text that the chair of the planning panel requested Councillor Eaton to attend that meeting. Is that correct? I would have thought the chair would have known the rules, and that would seem to me a very odd thing for the chair of the planning panel to do.
My understanding is the Secretariat sent an invitation because it wasn't clear about the expiry date that Council set. Council set a 3-year term for a number of members and a 1-year term for Councillor Eaton. So there was some confusion at the panel's end, and so they, as I understand it, an invitation was extended to Councillor Eaton, essentially in error on that particular matter.
So, Mr Mayor, so this is quite concerning in that Councillor Eaton sat on a decision-making body and made decisions that I presume he was not lawfully able to do because his term had expired. I don't see that that's a matter for this council to resolve. Separate to that, I will foreshadow that council does not support this extension of time, as we do have 2 alternate members that are more than capable of filling those positions, I presume, until those planning panels are disbanded. So if I could foreshadow that and maybe put that up on the screen. And I won't even go near the question of whether Councillor Eaton gets a sitting fee for that extension.
That's going to be the second one, about the fee. Councillor Lamont?
Sorry, Mr Mayor, no, the point is that That first one involves a
Fee.
financial
Yeah,
benefit,
the fee.
councillor Eaton.
Yeah, but this is going to be in two parts because Councillor Eaton will need to move the room for the second part because of the payment.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, that's not,
Point of order, Mr Mayor. Obviously, it's a matter for Councillor Eaton to determine whether he has a conflict of interest. But I think a very cosy arrangement of dividing it into subsections doesn't really overcome his difficulty because the payment arises from his appointment. As I said, it's entirely up to Councillor Eaton to make that determination whether he has a conflict, but I would feel very uncomfortable in his position.
Councillor Lamont?
When did the Secretariat send a letter advising that this matter was being heard on the 2nd of December?
Could you just repeat that, Councillor Lamont? I didn't.
It mentions that the Secretariat sent a letter requesting Councillor Eden to attend a matter on the 2nd of December, if I got the date right. When was that actually provided?
That communication with Councillor Eaton, seeing he may have to respond.
Well, can Councillor, through you, Mr Mayor, can Councillor Eden respond to that, please?
There's no... Oh. It's not really an invitation, it's an advice that you're on these meetings on these dates. And it's an it's a invitation, and probably it came 2 weeks or so before the meeting, I would think. If I can clarify a couple of things while I've got the mic, Mr Mayor. Obviously, council staff also made an error in that not bringing this matter to council back in October for a new delegate to be appointed. The other issue is that if you rely on the alternates, they can't actually attend the matters that are currently part heard, of which there are 4 and likely the only matters that will be dealt with by the panel before it's dissolved. The panel process is that if you are not in the panel at the start of the matter, at the first briefing, you are not allowed to attend as an alternate subsequently. And so today, I did not. There was a panel meeting on a childcare centre that Councillor Wright attended as the alternate because I didn't attend the briefing meeting earlier this year. So therefore I wasn't, apart from this issue, I wasn't entitled to attend either. So if you do appoint or leave it to the alternates, they frankly won't be able to go in any event because they weren't on those matters, and all that is left for the panel to determine, is my understanding, are part heard matters.
Councillor Lamont. Oh, sorry, Councillor Lamont.
I understand Councillor Eden is putting back onto council that they should have known or done something about it, but I think if I knew I was ending a term in something, if I received an invite 2 weeks before, I probably would have raised it. And I do think the panel would have a quorum without Councillor Eaton there. They have one with the seawall DAs at the moment, so I'm not sure why it would really matter if we're not going to use one of the alternates, why we need Councillor Eden there at all, if he's not supposed to be there.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Walsh.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I'd like some clarification on why Councillor Eden is getting to speak to this extent on this when the motion's actually about him. Yeah.
He was actually asked the question for Councillor Lamont.
I respect that he was asked that question, and maybe he should have declined to answer it anyway, and left the chamber.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Any other discussion? So I'm just put the Councillor Smith put a foreshadowed motion up. I'll put the mayoral minute up. All those in favour? of the motion of motion 1, just to be sure it's move part 1, which is this one. So all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mooland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walls, Councillor Neal, Councillor Mont, Councillor Smith. The motion's carried. So go to the second part. Councillor Eaton will leave the room. And we'll just get the second part put up. So I now move part 2. Councillor Eaton, can you please leave the chamber, which is done, that council approves the payment for Councillor Eaton attendance at the 2nd of December 2025 Hunter and Central Coast Regional Planning Panel meeting in accordance with the resolved remuneration. Councillor Neal?
Yes, could I please just clarify, does that remuneration cover the 2 meetings he attended where he was not actually a member of the committee?
That is the 2nd of December. So that's what the issue is. It's not that he's not a member. Council has essentially endorsed his membership in that previous motion, but they were the ones where he wasn't effectively authorised by council at that point in time.
Can I just follow-up question on that? Does the council have the authority to retrospectively make him a member when he wasn't a member at the time he... that's contrary to the general construction of most legislation, and it seems to me that it might be stretching the capacity or power of the council.
I can't give you a comprehensive response, but as I understand it, they were briefing meetings. The determinative meeting on these matters hasn't occurred. So the formal section where you vote on these matters, so these were 2 preparatory meetings, and Councillor Stanton or Councillor Wright sat on that, might be able to provide more information, but as I understand it, the meeting, and I've been in a JRPP, you often meet 2 or 3 times in a particular matter, might do a site inspection, and then it finishes with actually the formal determinative meeting on that particular matter.
Sorry, I don't think I'm making my question very clear. I might just clarify. What I'm asking is, at the time that Councillor Eaton attended those meetings, he was not a member of the committee. So what we are attempting to do, or what the majority of the councillors has attempted to do at the last resolution, is retrospectively determine that even though he wasn't a member when he attended them, that we are going to treat him as if he was a member. What I'm asking is, does the council have the power to retrospectively change the membership of the committee after the event? I'm happy to have it stood over till...
We received a letter from the chair of the panel asking us to clarify the situation. This might be a little bit easier.
Mr Mayor, if there is a situation where the officers cannot advise us whether we're acting legally, I would suggest that it would be appropriate for you to adjourn this matter until we can get proper legal advice about whether we are acting lawfully.
There were a number of emails backwards and forwards between council and the panel is comfortable with the approach that we are taking.
Mr Mayor, with respect, the comfort of the committee is not our only priority. We obviously have an obligation to act lawfully as a council. I don't think the comfort of the committee satisfies me, and I would think most reasonable people, to determine whether or not we are acting lawfully. I think there is little to be, bearing in mind that we have two alternative delegates to that committee at this time and therefore they can operate. It would seem reasonable and appropriate that we actually do not deal with either of these two matters, the two subsections, that we adjourn it until we get proper legal advice about whether we're acting lawfully.
Yeah. But the matter of Councillor Eaton being on the panel has been dealt with. So we've agreed that this is about the payment for the two meetings that he sat on. His fee to be at these meetings, and he acted on behalf of council at these two meetings. This is what this question's about, this motion's about. It's about his payment for doing
I'm sorry, Mr Mayor, I didn't quite follow you, but the argument is that if his appointment is not lawful, if the council cannot lawfully retrospectively appoint the committee, then we cannot lawfully pay him. It's all dependent on whether the original action of appointing him retrospectively is lawful. The second part of the payment is dependent upon that. And that's why I'm suggesting that in order to preserve our integrity and a proper application of the Local Government Act, that we act lawfully, that we not take the risk and that we get proper legal advice.
There is nothing in the Local Government Act that would indicate that the actions being taken to appoint a councillor to a panel retrospectively for a small amount of time would be unlawful. I can't think of any section that would relate to that at all. I might just read out the email from the planning panels team at the Department of Planning, Housing and Infrastructure, which say, "Good afternoon, Andrew. It has only just come to my attention that Doug Eden was only appointed for 1 year and therefore expired 29 October 2025. Doug has sat on the panel today for the following matters," and then it outlines in detail 2 matters which are outlined in the report. "Can you please send a copy of Council's ordinary minutes and a letter from Council's GM extending Doug's nomination? Please do not hesitate to call us to discuss."
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'd like to move an amendment that this matter be deferred pending independent legal advice being provided to the councillors to make a decision on it.
Yeah. Just, we can put that down as an amendment. We've got a seconder for the amendment. Councillor Castles.
Sorry, could I just be clear to the minute clerks that we've moved point 1. It's been moved, seconded and put. We're only discussing point 2. Could we only have that up on the screen, please?
Any other discussion? Councillor Lamont, Councillor McGregor, are you finished?
There is one other question that I would like to ask through you, Mr Mayor, to the CEO. With the retrospective appointment of a councillor to the committee, does that have any impact on any of the decisions that were made at that, in terms of, does it have any influence on the application itself, on the process? Does it create any procedural issues retrospectively approving someone as a delegate when they were acting at the time without that approval?
Look, I think there's 2 issues. The first one is I don't think there's been any determinations were made at those meetings, so there's no practical decisions that were made. The decision would be made at the following meeting, which is the determinative meeting. And ultimately, this isn't the regional planning panel is not our panel. It is the Department of Planning's panel. And if the Department of Planning are satisfied with the council's decision in this regard, that's their decision to make, not ours. Our decision is to determine whether as a council, you endorse Councillor Eaton to sit on that panel and retrospectively endorse his sitting on that panel, or whether you don't, which you've done. So this is what's in front of the council at the moment is, do you pay him for those 2 meetings that he attended, which are essentially briefing meetings, preparatory meetings for the determinative meeting?
So the reason why I asked that question around the procedure is obviously if a development's under $20 million, it doesn't go to the Joint Regional Planning Panel. But if it is, it does. Now, when it comes to the assessment, there's more to the process than just the determination. So attending the site visits and the briefings is part of that process as well. And previously, members of the panel were paid for attending those. There's been some suggestion here tonight that that no longer occurs, which concerns me. But if we're talking about procedures that may have an impact on developments over $20 million, this makes this significant in many more ways rather than just appointing someone to a panel, because they've been a participant in decisions in the lead up to a determination, which could have an impact on the process. And I wanted to try and establish if there was anything there or not. That's why I was asking the question.
As I said, this is not our process. The determination is not ours. These are matters the Department of Planning. The Secretariat is an arm of the Department of Planning.
And the wording on the screen there, I did ask for independent legal advice, but it just says legal advice. So if that could be changed to independent, insert that word, please, if that's possible.
Councillor Smith. Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a follow-up question. So I think the CEO and others have said that Councillor Eaton attended a briefing, so not an actual determining meeting. Are the briefings public, or are those closed briefings where he would not have been able to attend if he was not on the panel? Can I just get some clarification on that, please?
I'm not been a member of a planning panel for a decade. Councillor Stanton might be able to provide a better advice than you.
Councillor Lamont, can you? Thanks.
The planning panel typically is split into various sections. So there could be a council briefing, which is in confidential session. Then it goes into a public hearing, and that is recorded. And I believe that that is posted on the planning panel website, and it will be up there with the minutes of the meeting once the decision is posted. And then we often go back into a council session, which is where we actually make the decision. So for the 2 meetings that are in question, there was probably a multifaceted approach to that meeting.
Thanks, Councillor Stanton.
So that didn't exactly answer the question. I know it came close, but do we know if they were confidential briefings or were they public? The 2 that Councillor, sorry, what's his name? Eaton attended, were they confidential or were they public? While Councillor Stanton's looking that up, can I just request that the mover of the amendment might consider that this item be deferred pending independent legal advice about concerning the retrospective appointment of Councillor Eaton and payment. Just adding those words.
Okay, so we've moved to reappoint them already. That was point 1. This is point 2. This is only the payment.
But we can still ask for legal advice regarding that matter, Mr Mayor. Is there an attempt to shut that down, or can we still ask for independent legal advice? It's not going to get up anyway, but is there a reason why we can't ask for it?
That's valid.
You don't know if we've done something illegal, is that what you're saying?
Well, it's sort of not to the motion, but, you know, the motion is, there's a motion in that has been passed as a resolution to council to confirm his appointment for that longer period of time or extend his appointment. This matter relates specifically to whether you pay him for that period.
For one, Councillor Stanton.
just responding back to Councillor Smith's question, those two meetings in question had a split component where there was a confidential session, but there was also over an hour of public hearing time, which is recorded, and if the decision becomes public pending this, that would be.
Councillor Lamont, thanks for waiting.
Can we find out what the matters were that were actually before the panel that Councillor Eden, sat on the second?
The two meetings in question.
Does it make a difference? On what basis?
Pertain to a metal recycling plant and also.
Make sure it's not confidential first.
No, this is public information, that's okay. It's in Wyong in a industrial area. And the second meeting was for the construction and operation of a greenhouse in Pete's Ridge.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Stanton. The Director's just going to clarify something.
I might just clarify for the room that it was one meeting. So in terms of the recommendation to provide payment, it was for one meeting where two items were dealt with, and they were the two items that Councillor Stanton highlighted.
No.
Were two separate meetings.
Okay, well, there seems to be some confusion. However, the email that I'm reading from the Department of Planning says that the councillor has sat on the panel today and for two matters, which are the two matters that you...
Councillor McNamara.
Yeah, so looking at both of the points, first one we've already passed. I would have thought once the first one was passed and Councillor Eaton was a member of the panel, point two is already covered because whoever attends those meetings are then paid as normal. I'm not quite sure if point two is actually even required based on passing point one.
We'll just put it to the vote.
Yeah.
So the amendment of Councillor McGregor and Councillor Castles, all those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mulland, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Councillor Stanton's abstaining, which is a no. So that's tied, and I'll use my casting vote as against, so the amendment is lost. All those in favour of the original motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mulland,
Sorry, can we get the votes up on the screen? Sorry, I should be better at counting, but I'm not. So.
Yeah, so all those in favour of the original motion, which was...
That was the amendment, wasn't it? Are we voting on the amendment now?
Yeah, just one.
Yep, there it is. Yeah, so the original motion, all those in favour? No, the amendment was down.
They were just there. No, sorry, they were there.
Yeah, so it's Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith for the amendment. Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland and Councillor Daniels was against. Or Councillor Stanton abstained if I voted, which is a vote against. And I used my cancelled vote. Thank you. So all those in favour of the original motion, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels, I'll use my cast and vote. And the motion's won. Thank you.
Someone get Councillor.
Somebody, yeah. Got procedural motion. I'd like to now move procedural motion.
Mr Mayor, it may be predetermined, but you probably should take the votes against, I think. You should take the votes against the motion.
You didn't take them.
I just said it. No, I did say that, and you just put your hands up. So against, just I did. Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walls, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith were against the motion. You're welcome. Next item on the agenda is procedural motion. I'd like to now move a procedural motion that items 3.1 and 3.11 be considered simultaneously. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Moreland. Item 3.1, deferred items, terms of reference, Chief Executive Office Performance Review Panel, and item 3.11, updated terms of reference. Do you have a motion? Councillor Moreland. Do you have a seconder? Any seconder for this? Oh, thanks, Kyle. Councillor Moreland.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move the staff recommendation that's contained in item 3 of the supplementary business paper. I'd also like to thank my fellow councillors for their written and verbal feedback over the last few weeks. That's been incorporated into the draft document. This will help the panel work more effectively moving forward, and I think that'd be a good outcome for everybody concerned, including the CEO. Thank you. I move the report.
Seconded. We've got a seconder. Right, Councillor Daniels. Any other discussion? No? Right, all those in favour? Oh, Councillor Smith. Oh, who's got their blinker on? Councillor Moreland. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Look, I'm not, I know I've got to speak for or against, and I wasn't really. I'd have to say somehow this process passed me by. I'm not sure. Was there an email that went around to councillors? Okay, there was. And I don't know, I think the final version was circulated this afternoon, is that right, or this morning? Okay, all right. So thank you, Mr Mayor. Yeah, look, I have concerns about this process or the current terms of reference. I've raised those concerns previously. They haven't been incorporated, so on that basis I'll reluctantly vote against it. I think it could be better. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walls, Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. This is for Councillor McGregor and Councillor Daniels. Thank you. Against? Councillor Lamont and Councillor Smith. Carried. Thank you. Item 4.1, monthly investment report for November 2025. Got a mover? Councillor Moreland. Got a seconder? Councillor Neal. Thank you. Any discussion? Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, we're on the investment report, aren't we? Thank you, Mr Mayor. I will speak for the recommendation, but I would just like to speak to that. I noticed the report, and we don't have a financial report this month, and I guess in the big scheme of that might be an issue, but there are a little bit of an issue with that. So thank you, Mr Mayor. In speaking on this item, I acknowledge that what has been termed as the emergency loan has now been repaid. Although there are a number of people that will take great credit for paying this loan, and that's fine, it's good to pay off debt, Let's not forget the true cost and the harm that has been done with the big lie. I remind our community about some of the circumstances that led to the loan being taken and then repaid. The narrative of the $565 million debt. It is important to note that $317 million of that debt had been inherited from Wyong Council and Gosford City Council, and I'm sure Mayor and Councillor Eaton would be familiar with that. But I'm not suggesting there's anything wrong with that. And about $200 million of restricted funds which were asserted to be required to be repaid, although advice from the Crown Solicitor cast doubt on that assertion. It is fair to say that the former council did need to respond more quickly to a weakening financial position, with a growing deficit, impacts of COVID and extreme weather events, and an adverse IPART decision, all creating an unfavourable financial position. However, I would also note that both John Gordon and Carl Millington, who were both on the Audit Risk and Improvement Committee at that time, indicated under oath at the public inquiry that they were not concerned by the deficits at that time, although they could not continue long term. They are both well respected, and I also note that Mr Millington is the current chair of our Audit Risk and Improvement Committee. What was constructed as a crisis when it didn't need to be had its true impact and cost on our staff, our community, our democracy and our council. Somewhere between 200 to 500 people lost their jobs, either directly or indirectly, in very difficult circumstances. We can't put a value on the impact of that financially, emotionally, to their careers, to their families, or the impact on our council in terms of skills, knowledge and expertise that went out the door. I hope that many of them have moved on to better jobs or better circumstances, but I'm sure that it was a challenging time. There was also significant impact to the staff that stayed. It was almost like it was a game of Russian roulette to see who survived, while friends and colleagues departed. It was a difficult time for them also. The undermining of confidence in our council, with administrators constructing a false narrative, seeking to orchestrate a political outcome, and demonstrating what many believe was a complete lack of integrity and principled decision-making. The harm done to local democracy and confidence, the failure of the Liberal state government as they committed to working cooperatively with council and then U-turned to take political advantage of the situation. The failure of the Labor MPs to stand up for our community and local democracy, perhaps because they didn't understand what was going on, but nonetheless, they demonstrated no capacity to show leadership and fell into line. There are lessons to be learned, but there is also much more to this story. And although we all need to move on in our day-to-day operations, I also hope and expect that at some point there will be a true reckoning around these issues, that we also don't forget we might have paid off the debt, but there was a real cost and there was real harm done to our community, our staff, our council and our democracy. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Lamont.
Oops, sorry.
Sorry, Jane. Yeah, thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, if you can please ask the CEO, was the council ever actually $565 million in debt during the financial crisis? And if it wasn't, can you clearly explain what the debt position actually was at the time?
I'd have to take that on notice. The number that was quoted of that 565 was out in the ether well before I started. But that was a combination, as I understand it, of restricted funds that have been spent and normal debt. So I don't know the specifics.
Okay. Have another question. So this may be before your time, but I'm quite sure people have seen reports and everything, but is it correct, as has been widely stated, that approximately $317 million of the council's total debt originated from Gosford and Wyong councils prior to amalgamation?
I can't provide that information. You should, if you want information like that, you should provide that in advance, and I can provide you that information.
And a what? Sorry, I didn't get that.
All I'm saying is you can't expect me to answer a question like that on the floor. This isn't a matter on the agenda. And there's questions with notice if you want that information.
Okay. The IPART Central Coast Special Variation Application 22-23 final report states that Council took out $150 million in emergency loans to repay $206 million of inappropriately spent restricted funds. If anyone wants the reference, it's on page 37. Has this $206 million in restricted funds, misused restricted funds, now been fully restored or repaid with that emergency loan?
That emergency loan was to replenish the restricted funds that had been inappropriately spent and allocated. So as soon as you took out the loans, that replenished the restricted funds that were in negatives. So you get investment reports, and it shows the restricted funds in each area and shows that they're all in positive apart from the drainage fund, which is offset by general fund. So it's in the report that's in front of you tonight.
So that's actually, can you actually see that happening in reports that we're receiving?
Yes.
Okay.
And we've had positive funds balance since those loans happened. So those loans were taken out to repay the restricted funds.
The IPART reports that say that approximately 41% of the 22-23 special variation revenue was allocated to repaying the $150 million loan. This SV effectively prevented rates from decreasing by the 13%, or roughly about 15%, when the temporary 21-22 increase was due to expire. Now that the emergency loan has been repaid by the Central Coast ratepayers, and good on you, Central Coast ratepayers, for repaying such a big debt, will the rates be reduced accordingly? And if not, can Council explain why the temporary rates increase is continuing and what the additional ongoing revenue will now be used for?
All that matters were in the special rate variation application that was made for 10 years, and those monies were to be used for two purposes. One, to balance the budget, because the fact was that the council was spending between $70 and $150 million more than it was earning in the last couple of years before the financial crisis struck. And so, one, you had to bring the budget into balance, and two, you had to repay the overspending, the cash drain that had occurred on the council. So the long-term financial plan has the existing revenue streams of council in place. This council has adopted that long-term financial plan, and council is now in a sound financial position, but not without its challenges.
So if someone in the community asked, okay, that extra 41% that's no longer going to be needed for to repay an emergency loan, where could they find out what we're actually going to be spending the money on? Or
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that clearly, but what I'm saying is that this is the council financial report. Two, this matter relates to our long-term financial plan, which council has already adopted.
Yeah, so.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Eaton.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just thought it might be useful for those councillors who weren't on the council that there was in fact a report by Dennis Benefic to the council in 2020 that in short says there was insufficient cash and investments in the general fund to cover all the internal and external restrictions. The shortfall was 184 million. The shortfall was 184 million, which meant that all the internal restrictions have been sent as well as 75 million of the external restrictions. The net effect of these shortfalls is that internal restrictions of 109 and external restrictions of 109 have been utilised for purposes other than what they are restricted for. This could be regarded as a breach of council policy in the Local Government Act. And the position after June 2020 appears to have deteriorated further. Cash and investment levels have dropped a further 406 million to 314 million at the end of August without significant changes. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Thanks.
I'm happy to circulate that to all councillors, but it will be on the council records as a council
Councillor
document.
Neil.
It was merely to point out that we'd indulged Councillor Eden for some time, but there is a requirement that debate on a matter actually be relevant to the matter before. And here, I think he's strayed
And
somewhat from the point.
You're right, Councillor Neil, because Councillor Lamont and Councillor Smith did the same thing. So. We'll put the motion on.
Mr Mayor, sorry, I do just need to clarify through you to Councillor Eaton, if I may. Is he talking about the debt that was incurred by the use of funds from the water account?
We're talking about the monthly investment, Councillor Smith. We're talking about the monthly investment. We're going to move on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know? He doesn't know whether he's talking about those funds or not?
Yeah, no. Just moving on, we're putting it to the vote. We're off topic. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor... Oh, unanimous. Thank you. After all that. Item 5.1, Community and Cultural Committee Reports Recommendations. Councillor Castles, as the Chair of the Community and Cultural Committee, would you like to introduce this item?
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. I will introduce the item. It's quite an unusual item tonight, I should say, because basically virtually everything has been pulled out, so there really isn't a block motion. But I would like to move that Council receives and notes the minutes of the Community and Culture Committee meeting held in November 2025. So I'm moving that way first. Seconder?
Was that a seconder, Councillor Walsh?
Thank you.
So we just vote on that one?
Hang on.
Yeah.
We're voting?
Just receiving a note in the minutes, so all those in favour? Councillor Castles, could you put your buzzer off, please? Councillor Smith?
I am interested in seeking leave to move an amendment to that with a view to asking the Community and Culture Committee to consider something for their next agenda. Can I get some advice through you to the CEO whether that is acceptable?
You could handle it as part of this, or you could handle it as a ancillary to the consideration, because there's 3 or 4 other items to be considered.
Well, this is up on the screen now. It's pretty straightforward. Is that okay, Mr. CEO, to proceed, Mr. Mayor?
With the chair.
Yep.
Yep. So if the mover would accept, Mr. Mayor, as you know, you and I have had a couple of conversations, and I know you've sent correspondence to our sister city, Edagawa, and I was just hoping that the conversation about a potential visit from Mayor Saito from Edagawa in 2026 could be tasked to the Community and Culture Committee. I'm just wondering if the mover would accept that, as it appears, just that it be referred to the Community and Culture Committee so that it doesn't get lost.
I'm more than happy to accept that amendment, Councillor Smith.
Councillor Walsh has already seconded it. Yeah. So.
Okay.
Yep. All those in favour? Unanimous. Is Councillor Daniels? Yep. Unanimous.
Mr Mayor, I'll now go on, if that's okay, about adopting the below recommendation of the Community and Culture Committee, which we can see on our screen, which is CCC 2532, which is the draft Central Coast Public Art Plan and Policy. This was the only one that wasn't pulled out of the block. So I recommend that we adopt that at this stage. No, not yet.
Get it. Second, councillor Wright. Right. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you.
I believe all the others are pulled out of the block. Yeah. I just say the first one that is pulled out of the block is the leisure and aquatic strategy, outcomes of public exhibition and adoption, and I believe there is an amendment on the board for that. But before we get to the amendment, I would like to remind people that there is a petition signed by 1,159 people in support of saving Wyong Pool and keeping it where it is, as was alluded to by our speaker, Mr. Ken Grenwell, tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, councillor Castles. Can I have a seconder for that? Councillor Walsh. Councillor Reaton.
Yes, I've got an amendment.
Okay, no second, but we need a seconder for that. Councillor McGregor, thanks. Councillor Reaton.
That's an amendment, Mr. Mayor, that I'm moving if I get a seconder for it, and I'm happy to speak to it. Yeah, that's the amendment.
Yes. Can I have a seconder for Councillor Reaton's, Councillor McNamara? I'll ask. That's the original motion?
No, that's the amendment that's up.
Can you read that? He's all read that? You read that? Yep. And put the amendment back up, please. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, could we get some clarification what the difference is between the two motions, since we can't see them concurrently?
Yeah, Councillor Reaton.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In short, there isn't a lot of difference. The main difference is that it doesn't require the Wyong Pool to be rebuilt in its current location. Instead, it could be rebuilt next door, and in that respect, there are discussions occurring in terms of the redevelopment of the racecourse, and I'm not saying the pool is going to go into the racecourse, but why wouldn't you have discussions with trying to put it in there as an option? There are other possible locations within the Wyong Township that could be pursued as well. And the other major difference, the other minor difference is the last point, which talks about joint ventures and other collaborative arrangements. And I would draw councillors' attention back to Mingara Pool, which is a joint venture with the council and Mingara. Obviously, it's worked very well. It's probably the cheapest pool we have to maintain because Mingara maintains it. If you could find an organisation again, such as the racecourse, who was able to offset some of the operating costs, it means we get a better facility for the same or less amount of money. So it's really just about a little bit more flexibility. It still commits the pool to being maintained, and as I say, it just allows some flexibility in terms of the location within the Wyong Township. So therefore, I think it's a more logical and better motion that preserves that flexibility.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I can see Councillor Castle shaking her head, so I can see her position on it. But I'm also interested to hear from Director Smith, as someone who's probably the closest out of all of us to the strategy, whether you have any thoughts on the amendment, if that's appropriate to ask.
Through the Mayor, I'm only just getting to read the amendment, so my apologies. I just may need to take a minute to sort of get across it.
Okay.
Not to my knowledge.
Perhaps procedurally, Mr Mayor, you could answer some of the other questions and comments and come back to me when Director Smith has a chance to read.
Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, I'm not seconding the amendment, so can I have my name removed from that? And then I'll rise to speak against the amendment and in favour of the original committee recommendation. Councillors, the original committee recommendation was derived through a process of collaboration, and it was in response to the issues raised by the community, working with state government representatives and trying to find a pathway forward for the Wyong Pool that reflects its role in community sentiment as a very important institution for the area. It's been there for many decades. It was built through public subscription. It's had high patronage over its lifetime, and there are very strong feelings in the Wyong area about it. When drawing your attention to the difference between the original and the amendment, what the amendment is really trying to do is there's been some talk about shutting down one of the race courses and turning it into housing or exploring other development opportunities. We already saw in the last decade many of the community groups that operated in that precinct and through the race course being pushed out. And there's obviously going to be a bit of push and shove over the Wyong or the Gosford one. But this gives us an insight into where some people are coming from with their opportunities to convert what was community land donated to the community for that purpose to be used for private gain. That's really what this is about. It's about taking the aquatic leisure strategy and it's about hijacking it and putting in a resolution that will be quite impactful in years to come because it's changing the whole nature of it. Looking at joint ventures, private-public partnerships, we have seen what happens with these things time immemorial, with the Northern Beaches Hospital being the most prime example of how these things fail. All that ends up happening is you socialise the debt and you privatise the profits. The amendment is not superior to the original one, and it clearly takes away from the intent of the original committee recommendation. What the amendment is seeking to do is actually giving you half as much over the time period, because in the draft aquatic and leisure strategy that the committee was working on, that the community had been involved in working on, and that the state government would like to see happen, you actually have a facility in the north of the Central Coast area, which I will note for decades, the Warnervale contribution plan has been collecting funds for, and we do have significant funds available to spend in that area, and then basically saying, well, if we get that, we'll get rid of the one at Wyong. I mean, I've represented Wyong in this chamber for more than 4 years now, over 2 terms, and I'm always being told by people about why Wyong has to miss out. Well, Wyong doesn't have to miss out. It's actually quite important for Wyong that we have our pool there, and the community patronage is one of the most important things. The history of the thing is the most important thing. It's funny for people that preach about the importance of local history, that every time we have some heritage somewhere, someone wants to rip it up or get a developer involved to make some money off it, rather than just respect it for what it is. Councillors, there is literally no reason why, with the right will and with appropriate, actually positive planning, you can't have a great facility, regional class facility in the north of the Shire, as well as having something in Wyong. This attitude of constantly having to pay more for less and constantly having things that people have cared about, that there is essential community infrastructure being ripped up and destroyed or intentionally left to rot and ruin, so it gets to a point where it's got to be decommissioned. People aren't happy with that. That has a severe reputational impact on this organisation. And if you did go out and survey the 330-odd thousand people that live here and their opinions of council and the way that it does things, you'll find that that plays a significant role in their perception. Now, councillors have made a concerted effort to add an extra $10 million to the roads, and that's very noble. It's not going to fix the issue. If we spent $10 million on a regional facility, aquatic facility, on top of the restricted funds we have, we could attract some serious grant money, and we could actually deliver something that's going to be there for decades to come that would service tens of thousands of people. These are the kind of things we should be focusing on, rather than laying the way and paving the ground for some sort of dodgy deal for a developer in the future, because that is the thin edge of the wedge here. That's what we're really looking at. It might read well on the screen, but you've got to think about the implications of it. You've got to think about what these resolutions are the catalyst for, who they serve, and who benefits from them. And ultimately, if you do vote in favour of the amendment, you're shortchanging the north of the Central Coast, you're shortchanging the centre of the Central Coast. You've heard from the Speaker. We have these regional plans that are constantly calling for growth. Everyone says we're in the middle of a housing crisis. Obviously, we do need housing, but we also need community infrastructure to go with that. It is quite important that we do have public pools that are available. There is a difference and a clear distinction between public facilities and for-profit private facilities. They serve a different purpose, they serve a different clientele. It is our job to provide jobs and services for our region, not to rip them away and to remove them and to create roadblocks to ensure that future generations do not get the same level of service, intentionally just trying to do a free kick for someone when there's changes around the race course. This is not the way to go. I urge you to support the original amendment.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Just to clear Councillor Castle's. Councillor Walsh, the original motion of Councillor Castle's, did you withdraw from being the seconder for it? Yeah, that's.
If I can just be clear, all we have on the floor at the moment is Councillor Eaton's motion. Okay, so should you wish to move something different, then you would need to move something different. Otherwise, you can see how Councillor Eaton's motion fares.
Sorry, isn't that an amendment?
No, because nothing was moved and seconded.
Sorry?
Just Councillor Walsh was going to second, she pulled, so now Councillor Eaton's becomes the motion, but if we get a seconder for Councillor Castle's will be an amendment.
There's a real failure with...
Hold on. Okay.
Mr Mayor, point of order, I think there's been something missed in the whole exchange. What happened is that it was moved by Councillor Castles, seconded by Councillor Walsh. Councillor Walsh withdrew her seconding. Councillor McGregor then seconded it. Then there was an amendment moved by Councillor Eaton.
Is that what
Okay, so okay, if we can clarify that, then,
thanks, Councillor McGregor.
then we end up with, so that's the so that is the minutes of the meeting, yeah? So that's the recommendation of the meeting is what was moved, Castles and McGregor? Is that correct? As printed on page 9. As printed on page 9, yeah?
Okay.
So that becomes the motion. And then Councillor Eaton's becomes the amendment. I just wanted to be really clear because it wasn't clear because there's some
Can I
confusion.
also be really clear that when I was seconding the original motion, however, when I looked up, what was on the screen was Councillor Eaton's motion with Councillor Castles and moving and myself as seconding, and that is when I withdrew.
Sure.
Right.
Okay. So I think we're all rectified. We understand exactly where we are. We've got an amendment moved by Councillor Eaton, seconded by Councillor McNamara. And then we have a motion, which is Councillor Castles, seconded by Councillor McGregor, that are largely the same, but there are a couple of points that are different. Is that correct?
Yes. Councillor Neal?
Yes, I would like to speak in favour of the original motion in opposition to the amendment moved by Councillor Eaton. This is a matter that has been dealt with quite extensively in the committee stage. It has been debated on 2 occasions, and in between we had a workshop to discuss the strategy. On all those occasions, all members of the committee supported the resolution pertaining Wyampool It's clearly a matter that is very important to the community. This has been demonstrated not only by the petition that we've received today, the discussion from the community in the public forum, but also extensive correspondence that I have received, and I assume that all members of the council have received. The amendment that's being proposed by Councillor Eaton does not meet the needs of the community, does not meet the desires of the community. It may superficially appear to be similar, but it doesn't retain the Wyong pool in its present position, which is adjacent to the main parts of the Wyong community. I strongly urge councillors to go back to their original positions, councillors such as Councillor McNamara, who strongly supported the retention of the Wyong pool in discussions in the committee, and really have regard to the very strong, genuine views of the community that it's important for them to have a Wyong pool in the position where it presently is. It's clearly deteriorated, needs to be upgraded, but that can be done in due course with proper funding. It doesn't not have to be moved for that to take place. So please, I urge all councillors, listen to your community, listen to what they want, and support the original motion, not the amendment.
Thanks, Councillor Neil. Councillor Walsh.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think too that something that Councillor Eaton and Councillor McNamara's amendment does not mention is the memorial value of Wyong Pool. I think that it's important to not only acknowledge that our current community in that area is overwhelmingly wanting us to retain that pool, but also pay respect to the memorial, origins of the pool. Public money was donated. The pool is essentially a site of remembrance and has been for the benefit of the public and war personnel rehabilitation as well. Some in the community have said how quickly we seem to overlook and forget the less we forget. It is a special remembrance pool, as are other pools in New South Wales and here on the coast too, being Woi Woi. So I think I would like to really urge, certainly Councillor McNamara, who was very much in favour of the original motion at the standing committee meeting. This is, you know, the people, the constituents of your ward want this pool, and this amendment disregards that. And so I urge you to vote accordingly. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Walsh. Any other?
Mr
Councillor Smith?
So more a question than anything else through you to the CEO, Mr Mayor. So I'm trying to read Councillor Eaton's amendment and I'm trying to be open-minded about it, but I'd have to say I still just have a bit of an ick factor about the probity around this. So where in our council is the structure or the process or and I know you're going to say it's up to the councillor to do whatever he does, but where is the probity around this kind of thing coming to council? So Councillor Eaton has indicated that he's having conversations with people about... no, you did say... Well, we can go back to the recording, but you did. You said that people were talking about these other options. We've had a whole process over here.
Councillor Eaton, could you
We've had a whole process over here of a plan, a consultation process, consideration of submissions. We've got, and not wanting to verbal any stuff, but we've got nobody knowing anything about what Councillor Eaton's hatching or cooking up. And then we've got a motion here that says, let's go with this. So where's the opportunity for some probity around this? Like, how do we access that through you to the CEO, Mr Mayor?
From my perspective, this is a a strategic document that talks about the long-term future delivery of infrastructure, community infrastructure. The actual delivery is another set of decisions. So whether aquatic facilities are built and rebuilt on the existing site, because clearly there's a whole range of challenges with the existing infrastructure. So whether it's rebuilt on the existing site or the council makes a decision to rebuild a facility in another location, that's a full set of decisions for council to get its ducks in a row in terms of financing, closer tactical planning. But at this stage, this is a long-term community facilities strategy or sport and recreation facilities strategy that we're talking about. So this is, the very, very front edge of that. So I'm not party to anything that's been discussed in terms of any specifics on any location, and that could be a decision that's ultimately made in, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years.
Yeah, no, thank you for that, CEO. And look, I kind of understand that it's a very general situation at the moment, but it does concern me deeply that we just don't seem to have good structures in place to deal with this, even as it goes further down the track. I just don't see where good governance is going to kick in.
If I could comment, you've got to have a proposal to consider the structure and strategy. So you work on a strategy for a start, which says whatever we're going to do in this location, and then you work through to execution, and that might be 3 or 4 years about the specific piece, because this particular plan is far broader than just the Wyong Pool. So this is really talking about a whole range of community facilities, and whatever council adopts, we will then start to deploy at fine detail level, and there'll be, as I said, there'll be years of work from this point to any significant movement in this regard.
Okay, and thank you. I think you've made part of the point for me is we do have a strategy that we were considering. So maybe that's what we should adopt.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. No more discussion. All those in favour of the amendment of Councillor Eaton, second by Councillor McNamara. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, which is tied, and I'll use my casting vote for. So that's the amendment is now the motion. All those in favour of the motion? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, I forgot Councillor Daniels before, so that's Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Daniels. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. I'll use my casting vote, and motion is carried. Councillor Eaton. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is item 5.2, Governance and Finance Committee Minutes and Recommendations. Oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I know. We're going to
Sorry.
go. That's
sorry,
okay.
Councillor Castles.
I know it feels like we've been here a long time, but it's still going. The next item is the CCC 2529, Central Coast Affordable and Alternate Housing Strategy. And I have asked the staff if they could put up the original recommendation from the committee initially. Might take a little while to get it up. If we could just wait. Thank you. Thank you. That's the original. I'd like to move the recommendation from the committee. No, that's the wrong one. We have aquatics there. Sorry,
We're after CCC 2529.
Yep. Thank you. That's the one. I'd like to move that the recommendation.
Is seconder Councillor McGregor? Councillor Castle, do you want to speak?
Yes. Again, this is something that the committee has considered on several occasions. It's a very reasonable recommendation, and I believe that we should stick with our recommendation as stands here. We do note that we had a gentleman came, or actually he didn't come, did he, in the end, that East Gosford one. Yes, so I think that we need to respect the committee processes and stand by this particular recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Eaton?
Yes, I've got an amendment which I've passed through. And again, it's not a significant change, but obviously we need it up on the screen, and I'll need a seconder.
Can I get a seconder for Councillor McNamara? Yeah, Councillor Castles and Councillor McGregor. And Councillor Eaton.
So I'll speak to the changes, Mr Mayor. As you can see, it's actually additions. It doesn't take anything away from items 1, 2 and 3. It is suggesting to remove 18 Margaret Street. Now, 18 Margaret Street, if I've got my bearings right, is directly over there. That way, thank you. No, oh yeah, yes, you're right, thank you, that way. It adjoins Frank Balance Park and it backs onto the existing council staff car park. And if that aren't enough reasons in itself, well, I think it's obvious that there's every chance that that property will be required for civic purposes in the future. No, that's 11. 11's on this side of the street. It's a house in the middle. And I suppose that just reinforces the point that we need that one now for, I think, water and sewer services staff or their parking that night. I can just see in the future we'll need this other side as well, given its proximity to the civic centre, and as I said, it's at the side of Frank Balance Park, and at the back is the existing council staff car park. Yes, it's a block of land. It doesn't have a house on it. In terms of that should be, oh, that's a bad typo from me. It should be Manning Road at the entrance. There's 5 properties there, 3 of them in a line, 2 in another line with 1 in between. And to me, that's a logical development site. And if amalgamated by, I think, the private sector or maybe by the affordable housing provider, you could then get an apartment, a very large apartment, possibly 100 odd units, and then you have 20% of those as affordable housing. You've actually developed more affordable housing on that site. So it's only really calling for that to be investigated before we decide what to do with it, more information. And again, Uralla Road at Tukley, those properties back on to the existing senior centre, which is owned by council, which in turn are back onto or join the existing Tukley CBD car park, which I see as having, again, significant development potential, again, potentially for affordable housing as part of a much larger development. And I think we desperately need a CBD master plan. So it's only pausing those. So basically, the only major change is take out the one across the road, have another look at what better result we can get in respect of the other 2. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Councillor Eaton, Peter Buzzer, Councillor McGregor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Look, question through you to the CEO or the relevant director. If known, what are the current plans for the sites mentioned in the addendum 4, 5 and 6? That's 18 Margaret Street, Wyong, the Manning Road entrance properties, whichever ones they are, and the Uralla Road Tougaloo properties, whichever one they are. What are the current plans for them?
Ms. Smith?
Through the Mayor. So for the Uralla Road properties, the recommendation is the title transfer to make them available for affordable housing. In terms of the Manning Road properties, the recommendation is that 10 and 20A Manning Road are used for meanwhile use housing. And for 14 Manning Road and 18 Manning Road, site investigations to ascertain development potential need to continue.
So in the event that 4, 5 and 6 are adopted, that would be alternative to the current plans for what's happening there? Or this would be in fact following through with them?
I'm sorry, would you mind repeating that?
So the proposed amendment from Councillor Eaton with what's written on the board there for 4, 5 and 6, is that in line with what is currently occurring, or is that changing? Is it different to what is currently planned for those places?
Point 4 is changing the direction, so that's the removal of 18 Margaret Street. Point 5 and point 6 are in line with what we're currently suggesting.
Okay, and a follow-up question on that. Has there been any community consultation, internal work or external work with a consultant on exploring any of these other possibilities? Or what we're doing currently is based on what's occurred previously in line with internal work, external work and the community consultation on the strategy?
At this point in time, we haven't done any external work with them. This is just, so the report that went to the Community and Culture Committee was just seeking endorsement to pursue those options further.
All right. Look, I'll rise to speak against the amendment. There's a little bit of a concerning pattern that seems to be occurring here where ideas that either councillors or staff are unaware of just appear on the screen, moved by Councillor Eaton, and then the same 8 people always vote for them. I don't really feel comfortable voting for things that I don't have knowledge of. I don't feel comfortable voting for things that are contrary to existing work. There was a lot of work put into the affordable and alternative housing strategy when it was compiled. There's already been community consultation on that. When we were at the committee, there was certainly no detailed discussion of any of these other points, but yet again, they just get tacked on and we're just supposed to accept them and go along with it. And I would submit that that is not an appropriate way to do public policy, and that's not an appropriate way to engage in the planning system. The planning system should reflect the legislation, but furthermore, it should have a key component which involves community consultation. It shouldn't just be thought up ad hoc. It should be something that is intentional with design and something that goes through a formal process to ensure that all the boxes are ticked and that everything's done properly. I appreciate that people have lots of ideas, but perhaps a better way of raising these ideas is through a notice of motion rather than just amending and co-opting a staff report to add or augment or change the actual outcomes of what the staff report is, because it's a disturbing pattern that we're seeing here. Councillors are supposed to be up on the strategic level, but time and time again we see this interference, this perpetual interference and redirection of operational matters, often on a whim and without all the information, the intent and the background provided to people. And we're supposed to just cop it and go along with it. The public expect better. Any reasonable person would not sit here and just put their hands up because someone said, oh yeah, that's a good idea, I thought about it the other day, that's fine. We need to have more background to these things if you want to build consensus on them. It may well be the best way to go, but we also need to make sure that things are done appropriately and ensure that the process doesn't actually interfere too much with the good work that could already be occurring. So I would rather support the original recommendation from the staff report rather than these additional points that are tacked on without all the information, without the process being clear, or the implications. And I would also note that every single time that we get one of these resolutions where there's additional outcomes that are installed or there's alternative outcomes installed, that redirects people from doing what they were doing anyway. Some of these plans have been in place for years, and obviously actions take time to implement. You might have something that someone's been working on for a significant amount of time, put a significant amount of effort in, very close to coming to fruition, and then suddenly stops, gets halted, something else takes over because these ideas that come out of the ether apparently are just imposed over the top, and no one knows of the veracity of the merit compared to all the existing work that's going on. If we're trying to improve the efficiency and the efficacy of this organisation, I find it hard to believe that we can do that through stopping what people have been doing for years just because we've come up with a thought bubble at the last minute and tacked it on to change what was the intent of the original staff report. And that should be quite concerning for people here. It's not how we should be making decisions. It's just what we're doing.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor.
Yes, a question directed to Councillor Eaton. Would you be agreeable to these 3 additional matters being referred to the Director and a report brought back so we know what relevance it may have to the other strategy and other issues?
If you give me some words, I may be prepared to accept that.
Yeah, just that items 4, 5 and 6 be referred back to the Director for advice prior to being resolved or being further dealt with.
I'll accept that to move things forward.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton.
And can I just say that I did in fact discuss this by email with the Director sometime before the committee. So it's not as though this has come as a great surprise. And there was other sites I discussed, and after the discussion was happy that they continued.
So, sorry, can I just get some clarification from the movers? So would that be a report back or would that go to the committee for some? Okay, all right, thank you.
Do we want to clarify that? Should it be that the investigations into those 3 points be referred back to a staff report to be presented to the Community Services Committee? Is that a better way to deal with it? And, all right, we can then, we still have a motion, or do we want to just need to work out, does that become the motion by consensus as a variation, or we still got an amendment and a motion?
I think Councillor Eaton's happy to, if Councillor Castles, are you happy to put that in his point?
So basically what we're saying here, isn't it, that the below 3 matters, they will actually be referred back to the Director prior to being resolved, which means that the rest of the 3 were actually the original recommendation that came from the committee. That's how, as it stands. Yep. Yes, I'm happy to accept that.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Happy with those words? Yep. Yep. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. CCC 2530. C 2530. Australia Day Awards. Councillor Eaton, Councillor, yeah, thanks, Councillor Milland. Sorry, just a delay in the system.
Sorry, we've got the computer stalling at the moment. We just need to refresh the app. So we might just wait for a minute.
While we refresh the computer, a 5-minute toilet break. Can I have a mover and seconder? Margot's going to be there. She's definitely. Councillor Castles and Councillor McGregor, all those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. 5-minute. Start at past. Councillor Moreland.
I'd like to move amendment, Mr Mayor, please, if I can have that up on the screen.
Councillor Eaton, thanks.
The amendment is point 1 and point 2 is the same, but I'd like to recommend option 2 instead of option 3. I'll speak quickly about it, but it's in relation to being part of the existing process, my thoughts. I'd like to speak in support of option 2, which proposes a judging panel made up of the Mayor, Deputy Mayor, the previous year's Central Coast Citizen of the Year, and an independent community representative chosen through an open expression of interest process. This was the staff's option 2. Having participated in this year's judging process, I can say with confidence that the current approach is working well. It delivered a balanced, thoughtful and fair assessment of the nominees, and most importantly, it upheld the integrity and spirit of what these awards are meant to celebrate. What option 2 does is strengthen that current model and not replace it. By retaining civic leadership on the panel while also introducing both a past award recipient and an independent community representative, we have achieved exactly the kind of balance the benchmarking recommended. Across New South Wales, councils include a range of voices: mayors, CEOs, councillors, previous winners, and community members, even media or police representatives, and I believe option 2 aligns neatly with this best practice.
Councillor Eaton, Councillor Neil.
There is a contradiction between the inclusion of mayor and councillors in the 2026 award ceremony as set out in item 2, and the proposition which you're suggesting that only the mayor and the deputy mayor be involved in that committee. I suppose you could argue that they are also councillors, but I think technically, in reality, you're actually excluding councillors from
One's the ceremony and one's the panel, the selection process.
So I'm having trouble hearing you.
One is the selection process and one's the ceremony. It's for two different.
Yeah, can you please, Councillor Moreland?
My understanding of the report was in 2 parts. One was the actual process of judging who the winners were and nominating who they would be. In relation to the mayor and councillors mentioned in point 2, that was more about the ceremony, and I totally support that full inclusion of all councillors at the ceremony.
Just a further question. Isn't there a difficulty in that having only the mayor and the deputy mayor, that with all due respect to yourself and the mayor, you are both of the same political persuasion, and it doesn't really allow the full scope of the community to be represented in the decision making. And I think in terms of not only the interest of the council, but in relation to the interest of the community believing that it's a balanced approach, I would have thought that it might have been wiser to at least include another councillor from a different political position. And I might ask you to consider amending the motion accordingly.
I'm more than happy to consider that. This year it was 3 councillors. It was the mayor, deputy mayor and Councillor Crowley. And that process worked really well. However, that wasn't part of the staff recommendations. I'm more than happy to amend part 3 to state the mayor, deputy mayor and another councillor. I don't know how you want to word that, Councillor Neil, but hopefully the chamber would do the right thing.
Councillor,
Like
we could just nominate one. Was that Councillor Crowley? Yep.
So if we can just work on that wording, it'd be the mayor, deputy mayor and a selected councillor.
Do you want to?
Council, I'm happy with that wording.
Do you want to?
Comma.
That will require another report to community services, or you could nominate a councillor on the floor now.
Can I nominate Councillor Crowley?
She's done a good job this year.
Yeah, that makes it. That just saves the report.
So is the mover happy with that change? Councillor?
Happy with the change as the person who moved the recommendation being Councillor Crowley, but there's also an R after her name on the screen.
Yep, Councillor Castles, you're happy with that?
Yes, look, I'm quite happy with that. I think that's quite fair.
So this becomes a motion. Thanks, Councillor
Ready to put the motion.
Happy with that?
Thank you.
All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item is 2531, Draft Central Coast Council Tookley Community Facilities Master Plan, outcomes of public exhibition and adoption. Good. Councillor Eaton,
Yes, I'm happy to move that way, the recommendation of the committee. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor McGregor, thanks. Councillor Eaton.
I just had a very small addition to this, just noting that there is no funds currently available. So if that could be brought up, I would imagine that might be acceptable to the mover. Yeah, sure. No, it's not there yet.
Yeah, sorry for the delay. It's taken about 16 seconds to load up.
It's just an additional paragraph. Council notes there is currently no funds allocated for this project. It will. I was just trying to. Thank you. It simply says, Council notes there is currently no funds allocated for this project. Yeah, there you go.
Can you turn off your buzzer?
I just want to ask a question. I just want to check through the Mayor whether that is accurate.
Through the Mayor, that is correct. It's an unfunded master plan.
Okay, in that case, I'm happy to accept that amendment. Thank you.
So we'll just accept that as a variation moved by Councillor. So you stay as the mover and the seconder.
Yep. Councillor Milland.
I'd just like to speak to the variation. I think we, as a council, we need to be really careful the way we communicate these master plans. They do build expectation in our community. I know I've been flooded with questions from community groups and users and local residents about when will this be finished, not when it will be started. So I think it's really important, not only with the Tookley Community Facility Master Plan, but all master plans moving forward. We make it very clear if there's funding and potentially when our community can see some action in regards to these master plans moving forward.
Thank you, everyone. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Oh, sorry. 2532, Draft Central Coast Art Plan and Policy Outcome of Public Exhibition Adoption.
Isn't that the end of your report?
Yeah, it's been done. Yeah.
Mr Mayor, I'll move the recommendations contained in the Governance and Finance Committee report.
Thank you. That's 5.2.
I do wish to endorse the contents of the report. It's quite limited, but in an important way, it's a very important thing for the development of the Gosford CBD and nightlife, in that it contains an extension of the operating hours of the Gosford City car park. That they may not be ultimately the hours that we determine are the best, but it certainly gives us an option from the fairly early hours that are presently operating, from up until 10 p.m. on Friday and Saturdays, and on Sunday and public holidays from 8 a.m. until 9 a.m. And also it will be involve the automatic number plate recognition, which will be the Central Coast coming into the 20th century with the sort of car parking recognition that is available all over Sydney. So a very positive thing. Hopefully that will enhance participation in our nightlife and also in relation to people better utilising the shopping around the Gosford CBD. I commend the report and the recommendations. Oh, and also, sorry, the Disability Inclusion Action Plan, which is of course very important. We need to renew every 5 years, and that's contained also in these recommendations, and something very important that the council continues to invest in and take care with.
Could I have a seconder?
Come on, you know you want.
Yeah, Councillor Ian. Councillor Lamont.
Just a question. I'm just wondering why we've only gone up to 10 p.m. Like, is there a reason for the extension to 10, only 10?
I actually think this is an interesting piece that we have to word well to the community when the technology comes online. So the 10 p.m. time frame is only entry. Thanks, Councillor Neil. I know Councillor Neil's very keen to get a position of power in this chamber. So I think that it just means that you can't enter after 10 p.m. So if you want to go to a show until 1 in the morning, you can still leave at 1 o'clock in the morning. It just means you can't enter before 10 o'clock. And we did raise that in the committee meeting, but I think because Councillor Daniels had an original idea as someone who used to own a small business in Gosford to look at having a sort of Thursday night platform, and we then decided that actually most people would be already in the car park at 10 p.m, so it wouldn't be as appropriate for that time.
I think it was a compliment. All right. Any other discussion? Any other discussion? No? All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. (6.1) Sale of Gosford CBD Building, University of Newcastle. Councillor Neil, can you turn off your mic, please? Councillor McNamara.
I'll wait till Councillor Neil leaves the room. I'll move the recommendation as is.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Millen. Yep, Councillor McNamara.
Just a comment that good to see progress and another report in the next couple of months. So well done to staff. The only highlight I wanted to catch for everybody, and that is that the Georgiana Terrace site is not part of the consideration for the University of Newcastle. So that site will stay within the current resolution that we have for a sale, and that would be separately later. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McNamara. Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, just one question. Regarding the valuation, I think I read somewhere that it was done earlier in the year. I was just wondering when earlier in the year was the valuation actually carried out?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there was a valuation report completed in March 2025 and we had that updated in November 2025 and validated by the same valuer. So the information you've got has been updated in November 2025.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I got a couple of questions. So part 6, in some ways I'm pleased to see that there has been something added in that regard, but 5 years doesn't really seem very long. The developer probably would have only just, put a DA in at that point. Can that be extended to 10 years, considered for resale within 10 years, be first offered, or could we go back with that as the proposal? Through you, Mr Mayor, to whoever. Sorry, via the CEO, sorry.
Can it be? We'd have to negotiate that, of course, but we could put that matter to them.
Yeah, 5 years seems very token. It looks nice, but it's pretty bit meaningless.
Just to be clear, that this sale will be done sequentially, so you'll actually be selling Part A, Part B, Part C. Part A is the old admin building, and that will transfer straight away. The other one, the sale will happen over a number of years. The second phase, which is the prime central portion, won't transfer for 2 years, so or maybe 12 months from now. So that's 6 years really from now, just in terms of the timing.
Okay, another question, Mr Mayor, and I did allude to this last time, but I'll just ask it straight out in open council. Have we had conversations with the Conservatorium? Where do they fit into this picture? Do we know what their intentions are? Do we know how they feel about this, whether they see any opportunities here? And understanding that if that can't be discussed in open council, I understand that completely.
Through you, Mr Mayor, council staff have had discussions with the Conservatorium. We're not going to mention what their issues were, but the fact that the Georgiana site is not part of this sale means that really it's not impacting on their operations. So for this sale, it's not having an impact on them, and there's an opportunity to have further discussions with them before we proceed with anything on the Georgiana site, which would potentially impact them.
All right, thank you. And Mr Mayor, I will just speak on this item then. Again, reluctantly, my view hasn't changed. I would love to see the university there, but I don't believe council should be doing a direct sale. I think we should be looking for a different kind of arrangement that provides a long-term benefit and return to our community and to our council. This was a decision made under administration. We've bragged about paying off this debt, and yet we're still selling off assets that belong to our community without any real consideration, or it would appear any real effort to consider other options or other alternatives. So, reluctantly, I will be voting against this. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Smith. Councillor Castles.
Yeah, I'm just looking at, I think it's, where have I gone here? Point 5, which says about requiring as a condition of sale the University of Newcastle commence substantial refurbishment, etc. by 31st of March 2027. So we're not expecting anything to happen in terms of that administration building until possibly March 2027. That's my first sort of point. Is that accurate?
I think the university are very keen to commence refurbishment of that building as soon as possible.
Okay.
And Mr Barrett's nodding furiously behind me, and certainly my conversations with the Vice-Chancellor are they're extremely keen to proceed because that building provides them with some opportunities because of its construction and its layout. It's very it's ideally designed for the purposes that they want to use it for.
Okay, and just quickly, an extra question, again related to that. How would we be tracking this, you know, in terms of if we're requiring it as a condition of sale? I mean, what are we doing? Are we popping in to see if they've started doing something? How's it going to be monitored? But through you, Mr. Mayor.
I'm, you know, we're not right down to the fine contractual pieces, but this is a sequential sale. So the sale will occur as part one will be the sale of the admin building and car park, so that parcel. Then the large parcel, the old Broadwater Hotel, is the second phase. And then the third phase is 73 to 75 Man Street, which is that sliver behind the library. We would have to put that part of the contract about that progress about the sale of parts 2 and 3, but it's really down to the final contractual negotiations. But I don't think there's any doubt about the sincerity of the wishes of the university to proceed with this, because the provision part of what they're looking to do is provide student housing, and this is an ideal site to provide a portion of that existing building for student housing. They'll be wanting to proceed with that as quickly as possible.
Councillor McNamara.
Yeah, back to point 6, just for clarification, especially, I suppose, to leave you plenty of room in your negotiations. The recommendation was for 5 years. There was a question about 10. Understanding it's in stages, what is the best position for yourselves, flexible during your negotiations for that? I don't want to lock you in at the same time.
I understand we've negotiated 5 years. Perhaps we could put at least. We could add at least, and that gives Councillor Smith some comfort. We can.
Okay, so the wording will be resale within at least 5 years. Is that correct?
At least.
At least 5. If negotiations work out that you can extend that, that's great, but I don't want to lock the negotiations down too much. Just want to leave it to the staff. Well, it's a big...
Well, as I said, we're doing this in public. Everybody else does these sort of things in private.
Yes. Okay, happy with that. Thank you.
Councillor McGregor.
I rise to speak against the resolution. Last time this matter came before the council, I outlined some of the reasons why in the debate, some of the questions that are out there in the community, and essentially, for me, this all comes down to: is it the best value that we can get for this? Is this the best purpose for this land? And is this the best way to go forward? And I don't feel comfortable proceeding in the way that's suggested. One of the things that I find highly disturbing is a site visit was organised for this place because one of the councillors, who's not myself, asked about the suitability of the location for housing. And they were told, and the other councillors were told, that it's not suitable for housing. That's one of the reasons why we've got to get rid of it. And I've just heard right then and there that the university are interested in it for student housing. The contradictory information is concerning. After the amalgamation of the council, council quite clearly had a revenue problem. Council has never had a debt problem. That's a misnomer, and that's a political argument, and that's about relabelling some people's debt as other people's debt so it can be convenient for the state government at the time. That revenue problem is fixed through the increased rate revenue of over $140 million a year that we take off the backs of our residents. And I did see on Council Watch that someone put up a post saying, oh, but this is all right because that $25 million they're going to get is going to lead to rate reductions. Incorrect. It's not. We've already been through 5 years of selling properties, and that didn't lead to rate reductions, didn't lead to rate stabilisations, it led to rate increases. If you keep selling everything, eventually there's nothing left. The council's going to have far less valuable land than what it did at the time of the merger, and the ratepayers are not going to be better off for it. The money gets redirected to operational matters and operational expenses, and the depreciation continues to increase, and the need for further spend on infrastructure and capital continues to get worse. And as everybody has experienced with their own lived experience, everything is getting worse, but you have to pay more for it. Now, there are ways that we can secure long-term revenue and we can diversify income streams, and I note that the business community is particularly supportive of this, but we're not looking at it. That's what we should be looking at. It shouldn't be about flogging everything off at the bargain basement floor price, which is what we've been known for the last 5 years. The residents and the ratepayers deserve better. Planning should be done strategically, and asset sales should only be done if they absolutely have to be, and if they are going to be done, you only sell something once. So you want to sell it for the best value to the highest bidder, for the best purpose, and you want some guarantees around it. The reason why Gosford's dead is because they took all the jobs and government services out of it, and you have a whole lot of people who are land banking waiting to get finance so they can do even more egregious non-conforming DAs to make even more money out of. And if it's good enough for the private sector to make money out of it, why aren't we doing it? It's a real lost opportunity. You know, we've just had some discussion tonight around alternative and affordable housing. It is not unusual for councils to invest in housing. It is not unusual for councils to sell land to progress housing. But instead of doing what everyone else is doing, we choose to go our own way and we flog things off with no tangible long-term benefit for anyone. It is another short-term fix. It's another plug in the hole in the boat. The boat might not sink this time or next time, and we'll need to get more plugs later on. But eventually, there's too many holes and the bottom falls out from underneath it like it did in 2020. There are structural problems that need to be addressed here, and they're not going to be addressed through fire sales of assets, outsourcing, contracting out, and getting in more consultants. They're going to be addressed through making some serious decisions in a conscious way, in a way that's actually going to be for the long-term benefit of our residents, rather than let's go and do all the quick fixes for the developers so that they can benefit over the next 3 years or into the future with the decisions that are made over the next 3 years. There are some people who are trying to say that, you know, the university moving in means that you have to do this even if it isn't the best thing to do. Well, I'd rather see us do things right and do things the best way we can, rather than only do something because there's a false proposition that you have to because the alternative may be worse. This is not going to be a good deal for ratepayers and residents, and the future thing that's most interesting will be to see how much money people can make when they consolidate all these lots and then do even larger towers with them, because there is going to be hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars made out of this in some time in the not too distant future, and it's not going to be by Central Coast Council or the University of Newcastle, that's for sure.
Thanks, Councillor McGregor. Councillor McQuaid.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd just like to thank Councillor McGregor for his comments that our ratepayers do deserve better. And as a representative of Gosford West Ward, where this facility is, I think it's very significant, these negotiations and where we're going to end up. We can just think past the financial aspects of this, of say 25 million, and look, say 10, 15 years, Mr. Mayor, down the track, when you've got that end of Man Street activated, you know, of student accommodation. What are these students, where they're staying, what are they doing? Going to the university, they're going to cafes, they're having lunch, they're getting their hair cut, they're going to the Imperial Centre, they're spending money, Mr. Mayor. What this deal does, Mr. Mayor, activation, in my opinion, builds confidence, not only with the nighttime economy, but it will absolutely support local business. And Gosford is dead, you're right, Councillor McGregor, but this deal will actually significantly activate business in that precinct. Mr. Mayor, the best way forward, in my opinion, is to continue negotiations and get the best deal we can on a financial level. But if we can just look forward 10 to 15 years, Man Street will be better, Gosford will be better, Central Coast will be better. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McQuaid. No other discussion. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. The motion is carried. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is 6.2, illegal camping measures, Picnic Point. Councillor Stanton.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Can I have a second, Councillor Eaton? Councillor Stanton.
Just like to commend staff on this report. I think it was well written in that it very much differentiated the issues that we have at Picnic Point. It clearly describes the distinct groups. One is about illegal camping and the other is about people experiencing homelessness. And one is a legal issue, as we mentioned last meeting, and one requires welfare support. And I can see through the report and through the actions that Council has already undertaken that there is a process that has started to be followed, and I look forward to seeing the progress that is made over the next month or so.
Thanks, Councillor Stanton. Councillor Eaton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I rise to support the motion and can say that I visited the Picnic Point area yesterday with hope but not great expectation. I was pleasantly surprised that there has been a significant improvement. It's not perfect by any means. There's still quite a bit of work to go, but compared to the last time I was there before this matter was last before council, it is certainly a significant improvement, and I do commend the staff as well for their work in carrying out the wishes of council and improving the local community.
Thanks, Councillor Eaton. Any other discussion? Councillor Lamont.
Yeah, just a question. With if there has been an improvement, does that mean we've actually managed to move people on? And if we have, where are they actually gone? Like, are they gone somewhere else on the Central Coast, or are we keeping track of that?
Through the Mayor. So we've been working very closely with Homes New South Wales, and they have been relocating some of the residents down there to transitional housing. We aren't privy to detail of that information, but they have been relocating them.
And sorry, just one other question. This seems to be like for a 3-week campaign. Like, what will happen after the 3 weeks? Are we going to sort of keep doing the same thing, or not?
Through you, Mr Mayor, what's happening over the 3 weeks is that there's regular inspections by compliance staff and police of that, and they're providing information to people that are camping there illegally about the need to move. And they're working with them and with Homes New South Wales to relocate them. So that process is going every couple of days with regular visits. And then there's been advice provided that there's sort of a notice that there's an end date that people need to have left by at the end of the 3-week period. And then we're working towards making sure everyone's leaving by that stage.
And just one last question. The report's really good and there's a lot of useful information there. I know there was a time, Councillor Eden might have mentioned it last week or last meeting when he spoke, that I suggested having a web page. And I'm just wondering, that action hasn't happened, even though it was resolved to happen. But this is the sort of information that would be really good to have up on a web page that people can actually refer to in the future. Like, it's just quite transparent, and that was the whole. I can't remember the motion number or resolution number, but it's not even on the outstanding resolution list. We have actually mentioned it before, but Councillor Eden, I know, is familiar with the actual resolution. But as I said, the information that's provided in the report is pretty good, and it'd be great to see it up there as a reference on Council's website. That's it.
Thanks, Councillor Lamont. No more discussion. All those in favour? Unanimous, thank you. Next item is 6.4, Central Coast Council in Wathera, New South Wales, Pty Ltd, amendment to planning agreement for land at Foresters Beach. Councillor Eaton.
I'll move the staff recommendation.
Seconder, can I have a seconder? Councillor Moreland. Councillor Eaton, you want to speak? No. Any discussion? No. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. I deem that carried. Item 6.5, tender for effluent and septic removal and disposal services. Request to enter into negotiation. Councillor,
Move the recommendation.
can I have a seconder? Councillor Moreland. Any discussion? 6.5.
No.
Councillor Eaton, you want Councillor Wright?
No, I just wanted to clarify, who starred these items? Because no one seems to want to speak to them.
That's okay, move on.
Okay.
Councillor McGregor?
Put your buzzer on, you can ask the question.
Somebody, Councillor Castles?
I'm just double checking. We are on 6.5, aren't we?
Yeah,
Correct.
6.5, yeah.
Yeah. I just had one question, which is that I note in looking at the report that it mentions obviously the companies that we're looking at here, and one of them is Veolia Environmental Services Proprietary Limited. When the tender process was happening, I note that it is listed as a non-conforming tender response, and yet when I look at the recommendation, it's actually is included in those organisations which the recommendation is that the CEO enters into negotiations with. I'm just interested if it's something that can be shared with us in the chamber. If there was a non-conforming tender, can it be explained why Veolia Environmental Services Proprietary Limited are then still included in those that will be potentially well negotiated with and, you know, potentially could do this work? Thank you.
Through you, Mr Mayor, Councillor Castles, I can't go through the details, but a non-conforming tender might mean that they just leave out a schedule that we can't assess, and that can be as simple as that. So that's why it just didn't get past that technicality. But there are... That's correct.
Any other discussion? No. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Moreland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, and 2 abstaining, which is vote against, carried. Item 6.6, tender for Chamhaven Sewage Treatment Plant. Major upgrade project, request to appoint BMD Constructions.
I'm happy to move, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Moreland. Seconded by Councillor Eaton. Councillor McGregor.
Oh, sorry, pardon me. I'd like to move an amendment that we accept the Fulton Hogan tender.
You can't move an motion to accept an additional, a different tender. You can only accept that all tenders not be accepted. There's a formal process and a formal tender process that we conduct, and council's ability is either to say yes or no on a tender. And this is, as I said, a tender of this size is something we need to be really careful on. So we have a formal process, a formal review process. So the ability of the council does not have the ability to pick another tenderer. They have an ability to say, no, we don't accept this tender.
All right, well, if that's your intervention, I'll say reject the tender of BMD Construction then.
Have you got, sorry? Can you clarify that, Councillor McGregor, for Councillor Smith?
Well, obviously I can't go through the clauses in the confidential report, but what I would say around Fulton Hogan is that they're a tier 1 builder under the government procurement guidelines, which means that they're a specialist in projects that are over sort of $250 million up to $1 billion worth. They have a track record in delivering similar facilities and infrastructure, which is even more significant, which is code compliant, which is delivered in advance of time, and it's a company that appears to be of the highest order. If you do go through the confidential attachments in some detail, you'll see that there is one clear reason why there is a suggestion that one of these 4 is superior to the other 4, and why the others are ranked in the order that they are. But of course, as that's confidential, I can't go into that. But what I would suggest is that I don't question the veracity of the report, but I look at the rationale behind it, and I look at the track record, and I look at the, best value for money, and the one that in some people's view may have a track record of delivering these kind of things on a better basis. There's a reason why they're a tier 1 contractor and not a tier 2 contractor like BMD is, which is a lower tier in government procurement process. These are some of the things that I might think about, but I would encourage councillors to look at the matrix in the 2 confidential attachments, because there is one clear reason why there was a preference for one of the 4 over the other 3 of the 4, and I would encourage councillors to look at that, have a think about why that is, and whether that's not a good or a bad reason. It's obviously impossible to debate something in a confidential way like this in a public way. But if you're looking at the track record of the companies, if you're looking at all the information that we've got, plus what's external to that, there may be an alternative view. There is not a singularity of opinion that there is only one option here.
Councillor McGregor, just taking on your point, what we'll do, we'll lay this on the table at the moment and we'll go into confidential at the end of the meeting and we can actually discuss it.
Yeah, if that's the way you want to proceed, I'm happy to move that way, procedural to do
So
that.
can I have a motion, Councillor McQuaid, second by Councillor Milland. All those in favour to put it on the table to the end of the meeting? Unanimous, thank you. (6.7) Tender for major project document management and control system. Request for an exemption and to enter into direct engagement with Oracle Aconex. Can I have a Councillor Eaton?
I'll move the recommendation.
Can I have a seconder? Councillor Milland. 6.7.
Just the IT system.
6.7.
So that was dealt with.
It's second, but Councillor Milland seconded it. Councillor Eaton, do you want to talk on it? No. Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Could I just ask, through you to the CEO, whether a staff member might be able to just talk to this a little bit? I did read the report, but I guess, and there was a level of compelling information there, but I guess in my mind I was still wondering that there were no alternatives. Is a staff able to sort of expand on that a little bit, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor. Sorry, Councillor Smith, what was the question?
So the report seemed to say, and I'm not sure whether any of what I'm going to say should be confidential or not, but the report seemed to say we've used this provider for a long time, that it would be too much trouble or difficult to change to another provider.
Sorry, we're on the ACONEX report now, are we?
Yeah.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah,
I
sorry.
was preparing for the confidential session. So I guess the answer to your question is this provider has been used in the past, and there aren't any others that provide that same service that we require from this product, and we've already got it in place in a number of projects as well. So
I'm probably more comfortable with there are no other providers,
and there are no other
rather
providers.
than we've already got it in place.
Yeah. Well, that's a secondary reason.
Yeah, okay, thank you. All right.
Any other discussion? No. All those in favour? Councillor McQuinn, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, Councillor Wright. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley. Carried. Next item is 6.8, Code of Meeting Practice for Adoption. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I do have some questions, so I'm happy to just move the recommendation to get something on the floor, but I may amend that. Yeah.
Second, Councillor Eaton.
So could I just, and I'm sorry to do this to the staff, but I am going to ask them just to get a couple of sections up, if that's okay, and apologies that I haven't sorted or discussed this previously. So in the Code of Meeting Practice 3.4, Notice of Meeting, I do also want to just make sure that I had the final version. Sorry, the version that I was looking at was basically talking about notice of meeting to the general community, and it just seemed to say that all we had to do was provide a notice of the meeting before the meeting, which to me seems to be problematic. I would have thought that there was a minimum time period in which, and I understand that's different to provide. This is different to providing the business papers. Is my interpretation of that. So I don't know if anybody can assist me with that. Sorry.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Yes, there are two separate things. So notice of the meeting and then the agenda. There's actually three things: the notice of the meeting, the agenda for the meeting, and the business papers for the meeting. At the moment, I haven't actually pulled up that section, but there are three different components that have different timelines associated with them.
Okay, so I guess what I would be asking my fellow councillors to consider is that we do put a time frame in there, which might just be the 3 days, which is consistent with the, I think, the business paper being available. Sorry, I'm not exactly sure what's happening at the moment. I don't know whether the staff are trying to get that up on the screen. Yeah, is that okay? Sorry. So it was 3.4.
I might just add that for ordinary council meetings, we tend to set the date of those meetings for long periods in advance, so for the next 6 or 12 months. And so as soon as that resolution is made, that's our community notification. We put those dates up on our website and make them available to the community. So for the most part, there's a long period. For an ordinary meeting, there's a long period. The timeframes for extraordinary meetings are built into the report already.
Oh, okay. So is there a problem with just including that time frame in this part, in 3.4 as well? A minimum of 3 days?
The setting the dates of the ordinary meeting are done by council resolution.
No,
So
I understand that.
Yep.
I guess it more relates to extraordinary meetings or that might occur. And also, I think this applies to committee meetings as well, doesn't it? That if there was a committee meeting called for some reason.
yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So could we put a minimum of 3 days in terms of giving notice?
Yeah, it would be open to council to do
Yep.
that.
Just have to be careful.
Yep.
From time to time, there are cases where a council meeting has to be called at great notice, and I think
Yeah,
there's
I think
urgency
that's
provisions.
accommodated
As long as those
for.
urgency provisions are
Yeah.
replicated,
Yeah.
and in your normal course of business, you would provide 3 days' notice,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
there are urgency provisions.
So could we just put with the exception of urgent, I don't know, whatever the terminology is. Was that the one that you're referring to, the clash? Yeah. So just, and sorry, the next. You can add to them. I think you just can't take away from them. So it's minimum of 3 days, except for urgent.
There's actually special permission already.
Yeah. The next one I had was 3.10, and I just note that in a couple of places in the Code of Meeting Practice it talks about submitting noms and other things using the standard template, that it must be submitted using the standard template. I would seek agreement to change that as ideally using the standard template. I think a couple of meetings ago I got caught out where my computer wasn't working where I was, or I couldn't log on, and I emailed the staff to say, can you submit this nom, or can you submit this whatever? I would not want a circumstance where that was not available in an emergency. So I just seek to amend that 3.10, and it does occur somewhere else, say preferably or ideally, preferably using the standard template. The other one is sorry, I'm probably going too fast.
Could we use the word should rather than
Yeah,
ideally?
should. That would be great. That would be great. Thank you. Sorry, there's only 3 more. Sorry. The next one was 3.18. And I think this just didn't make sense to me. The CEO must not include in the agenda for a meeting of the council any business for which due notice has been given, if in the opinion of the CEO the business is, or the implementation of the business would be unlawful. I get that bit. So I guess my question was, that's if notice has been given on the business, but we do get amendments and other things made on the floor. And so I would just like to be confident that the role of the CEO in not allowing unlawful resolutions or proposals is carried forward for things that happen during the meeting, not just where notice has been given.
Look, the story is on the agenda. It's harder on the floor, of course. If you receive a nom, you get an opportunity to review it, test it, get advice. On the floor, it's a little bit harder. So things sometimes, you can't guarantee that that's going to work on the floor. Clearly, if I'm aware or my staff are aware that something's moved is unlawful, we'd provide that advice to the council. And if ultimately a decision of council is unlawful, then the GM would not implement it and would report back to council that the resolution of council was unlawful.
As they did with the Seawall motion from Councillor Eden.
So is there an improvement we could make to the wording then? If you're saying that it's asking too much, is there an improvement that we could be making?
It's a mandatory provision of the Model Code of Meeting Practice included verbatim, and so we're unable to change it.
But we can add to it.
You can add to it.
Yes.
I have no suggestions on what you could add, but if you do.
How about this provision should apply to motions that are proposed during the course of the meeting? And it's a should, it's not a must. You can get it, you can weasel out of it.
You know, as I said, it's because the motions are raised on the floor, you don't know that they're coming and you're not prepared, and you know, it's a bit like the ball coming through slips. You know, you're not going to necessarily pick them all up.
Yeah, this is lawful. So am I sensing any kind of willingness, or am I sensing blocking and lack of support for that one?
I might just highlight that I think clause 10.6 deals with this to the extent possible, and it's already covered. Do you want me to read out clause 10.6?
Yes, please, if you don't mind. Yeah.
Oh, I'll let it come up on the screen, but it is the chairperson must rule out of order any motion or amendment to a motion that is unlawful or the implementation of which would be unlawful.
Yeah. Thank you very much. That covers it. Yeah. At 5.27 was the next one. I've still only two more. 5.27, and apologies. And staff, 5.27. So the council and committees of the council may refuse a councillor's request to attend a meeting by AV link where the council or committee is satisfied that the councillor has failed to appropriately declare and manage conflicts of interest, observe confidentiality, or to comply with the code on one or more previous occasions that they have attended. So is that a standard provision of the template? Because that actually seems quite incredible in terms of where's the process around that.
It is, again, verbatim a clause from the model code.
All right.
And also it's in existence in the current code as well.
Okay.
I believe.
All right, thank you. Last one is 5.36. And it's about council may edit or modify any recordings prior to broadcasting. I understand there might be some circumstances where that is appropriate. Yeah, well, that kind of thing. But it would seem to me that that is a disturbing open provision to allow staff to modify recordings without, I know they notify, but without a justification. So I would welcome any suggested wording that just makes that a bit clearer about on what basis staff would modify.
Why don't you say notified publicly with justification? Because that's the reason why. It would be because of offensive actions or things that could lead to legal issues.
Okay, look, I'm more comfortable with that. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience and your indulgence. Appreciate it.
Mr Mayor, I have a number of, well, not a number, two actually, amendments that I am seeking that Councillor Smith may be of a mind to incorporate in her motion. The first is an amendment to clause 3.10, the last sentence of that paragraph, which is to delete, and this is not part of the model code, this is a special edition of our own. A councillor is limited to submitting one notice of motion per ordinary meeting under the clause. Would you be prepared to accept that?
I would accept that.
Thank you so much, Councillor Smith. And the second one is item 312, a deletion of the last two sentences, which is a councillor is limited to submitting one question on notice per ordinary meeting under this clause. A question with notice must not comprise a question with multiple parts to it, which I call the director's special provision added in after my questions. Would you be agreeable to deleting those two sentences?
Look, I'd be willing to accept them, but I'd probably want to put an upper limit on it in all fairness to the staff. So I'd say, and no greater than 3 or 2.
Well, you could just change, I'm negotiation on the run, but we could just change it to 1 to a different number.
To avoid trying to circumvent things, I don't agree to those two.
Well, I'm happy to take up the moving rights if Councillor Eden doesn't wish to. If you want to withdraw your moving rights, Councillor Eden, you may do so.
Yeah, has to be moved as an amendment.
Well, I will just move those as my own amendments to the motion that's before us.
You got a seconder?
It's the amendments taking up the limit on the number of questions.
Councillor Walsh? You got one more question, Councillor Neal?
No, there were no more questions. It was just in relation to the amendments, but I will at the appropriate time speak to my amendment.
All right, can you put your buzzer off, please? Councillor Lamont?
Yeah, just, no, I've forgotten what I wanted to ask. Recordings, at present with the recordings, if any are edited, what happens, do we actually keep originals or anything like on record, or are they, that's it, we do?
Through you, Mr Mayor, yes, we do keep copies of the originals. We've only, I believe in the current term of council, edited one from memory, although that could be clarified, and the website provides notification that there's a minor deletion and explains the reason why.
Any further discussion? Councillor McGregor?
What was the thing that got deleted, and what was the reason? What council meeting was it at, and what was the section that got cut?
I might need my team to remind me of that. I'll take that on notice and get back to you on that.
Thank you.
Point of order, Mr Mayor.
Yep.
A resolution passed by council may not be altered or rescinded except by motion to that effect of which notice has been given. No notice has been given, and this would be a rescission. The amendment would be a rescission of the previous decision of council, which was not to change the number of speeches. Yes. It's a rescission.
At the moment.
The question, the really core question here was, when was that particular question put? That question on the limit on the notice of motion, we'd have to check when that was.
No, that doesn't matter, Mr CEO. It requires notice to be put. That's the issue. So it doesn't matter when, it doesn't need the 3 signatures, but it needs to have been put by way of a motion with notice. That's the current version.
What? Sorry?
I tend to agree.
Mr Mayor, when you've received the advice from staff, I would like the opportunity to address you on this matter.
If the code of meeting practice and the standard and the legislation say those exact words, which is that you can only vary or alter a motion that exists on council. If it's less than 3 months, you need a valid form of rescission signed by 3 people. If it's older than 3 months, the code of meeting practice and the legislation says it can only be altered or varied if it's been put in a form effectively under 5.14, which is the notice of motion. Having said that, practically council changes its mind on a whole range of older matters on a continual process, generally either via a staff report or via a notice of motion, and not necessarily off the floor. I've exercised my mind on this a little bit recently, so that's what advice I'm providing. Ms. Reclamara might be able to provide.
Sorry, can we repeat that? I just want to know exactly.
Councillor Eaton is actually absolutely correct that the legislation and the code of meeting practice, which are almost exactly the same, say that you cannot rescind an earlier motion unless it's been put on effectively on the agenda in advance via a notice of motion or via effectively via a staff report, so the council's got the opportunity to consider it beforehand. This is if it's over 3 months. Before 3 months, it needs a formal, valid motion of rescission. So yeah, that's what the legislation says. It's I haven't got it directly in front of me, but Councillor Eaton might even be able to put those parts out. But both the Act and the Code of Meeting Practice say you can't vary or rescind a motion without it having been lodged by 5.14 of our current Code of Meeting Practice, which says you've got to do that, lodge a notice of motion. Or it's silent on it, but the obvious other piece would be that it would be either that or via a staff report.
Mr. Mayor, am I able to move that the motion put forward by...
I can't hear you.
Can I move that the
can you
motion
just...
put forward by Councillor Smith and Councillor Eaton be put? The amendment's ruled invalid.
Councillor, could you put your buzzer off for a second?
But you could actually just rule out Councillor Neal's
I can't hear.
amendment.
Yeah. Councillor Lamont, can you put your buzzer? Thanks.
The Code of Meeting Practice provides that a councillor, when calling a point of order, has the opportunity to address the mayor before a decision is made. Now, I accept that the claims by Councillor Eden and the view taken by the CEO are both correct. Where they are incorrect is in their application of that principle. What they are doing is assuming that the motion that was actually carried some time ago when we adopted the Code of Meeting Practice is what is being rescinded or contradicted at this time. But in fact, what we are doing is we are putting forward another motion, which we're required under the directions of the Minister and accordingly the Local Government Act. So, in effect, the Local Government Act, the local Department of Local Government and the Minister are invalidating by their direction the provisions of the earlier Code of Meeting Practice, and that we are now adopting a new code, and this code has not yet been adopted. It's actually before us to resolve, and I have accordingly moved an amendment to this Code of Meeting Practice here. So, yes, it is correct. If there is a standing motion, it is actually a rescission, but because there is no standing motion, it has been invalidated by the Local Government Act and the provisions, the orders of the Minister. This is not a rescission of the previous motion, but an amendment to the motion that's before us. So I ask you to rule that my amendment is valid, and I think you would save a lot more time allowing me to do that because you'll probably win it anyway rather than us continuing to argue about it.
Councillor Wright, what was you saying before? Councillor Neal, can you put your buzzer on, please?
Mr. Mayor, you must make a ruling on my point of order before you take another procedural matter.
My apologies, Councillor Neal. So I'll go along with Councillor Eaton that the rules were broken. So I'll go that the Councillor Smith and Councillor Eaton motion be put, which was called.
Thank you.
So all those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal. The motion's carried. Next
Mr.
item on
Mayor,
agenda
I'm
is
just going to move a procedural motion to move forward items 7.3 and 7.5 on the basis that there are members in the gallery that are here for these two motions and have been waiting in the gallery for nearly 4 hours.
there you go. Councillor Millen second. All those in favour? All those in favour of bringing these? Sorry, we never knew you were there. We thought you'd just want to enjoy a council meeting. Unanimous. First item is 7.3, notice of motion, the entrance amusement park. Councillor Stanton.
I'll just give the staff a second to rejig their order.
Seconded by Councillor Eaton.
Thank you. Tonight, I am seeking your support to save the amusement park at the entrance. The amusement park at the entrance sits on Memorial Park, and this is Crown land. It's managed by Central Coast Council under a plan of management. The plan of management is currently being updated and is currently before the Crown Lands Office in its initial draft. Once this comes back, it will come back to the council chamber for comments. Eventually it will go on public exhibition and the process that is proper will be followed. The staff have it on good authority that Crown Lands is going to be prohibitive in relation to permanent structures in Memorial Park. And they would generally be more restrictive in relation to permitting carnival and showground operations. This would be absolutely detrimental to the entrance. The property team have determined that a reclassification to general community use would allow the amusement park attractions to stay at Memorial Park on a permanent basis. I've been working very closely with the local business owners, and essentially these rides are just too large and it would be too expensive to truck these in every time they're being used. The financial implications and the reality of practical nature would mean that we could lose the amusement park at the entrance forever. This is history, and this has been around for generations. The carousel has been at the entrance since the 1930s. The carousel itself is over 150 years old. It's been recognised as a heritage listed site. The Ferris wheel is iconic in Memorial Park, with all of the events and festivals being held almost weekly at this point. This lights up the town. Both of these attractions have enormous impacts on the general entrance community. They drive foot traffic to local businesses. Tourists come, they're excited to go on these attractions, and locals have been using these for generations. Already, public commentary have said that they bring their grandchildren and great-grandchildren to rides that they used as children. Tonight, I'm asking you to please write to Crown Lands and ask them to reclassify the land. Ask them to consider the impact and the benefits that this amusement park has on our community. Take into account the public benefit and the joy that this brings our community. Tourists, locals from near and far, all love this. It's important that this stays, and it drives people to the entrance, which is so greatly needed. I've created a petition today so that the community can show just how important this is to them. And tonight, I'm asking for you to support this as well. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Stanton. Councillor Neil.
Yes, I have some questions for the mover of the motion if she would like to answer them. Do you know personally the owner of that amusement park, Brendan Pavia? I did. Turn it off.
I have met the owners of the attractions in question through a professional nature in recent months as a councillor.
Brendan Pavia. Are you aware whether Brendan Pavia is a donor to the Liberal Party? I'm not asking about a conflict. I'm asking whether the council is aware whether Brendan Pavia is a donor to the Liberal Party.
Can you put your buzzer off?
The heart of this motion talks to the amusement park as a whole. This is about retaining structures on a permanent basis, irrespective of ownership of any of those attractions. Owners can come and go. The issue at hand is that these attractions could be lost forever from these sites.
Does that mean the answer is yes?
Hang on.
Councillor.
Does that mean the answer to my question is yes?
No. No. Yeah, you have to be careful of confidentiality in that as well. So she never declared. Thanks, Councillor Lamont.
I'd like you to outline why asking a question is a breach of confidentiality. Political donations are declared, they're public documents, there's nothing confidential about them.
So that way you can go and check it if it's true. Councillor Lamont.
I would like to see a report of what the implications are of us taking this land from the Crown and, you know, rezoning or whatever to community land or whatever before we actually start writing any letters. I mean, this side's very big on when you ask for amendments to things before they go on exhibition, they won't do it until we go to public consultation. So I think we should probably have a look at what the Crown is actually suggesting with the plan of management before we actually ask for anything. I just think that's probably the more prudent thing to do. We just I think we really need to know what we're asking for before we actually write any letters and what it actually all means.
Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just, again, I've got some questions as well, and I would say that I'm generally very sympathetic to the facilities down there, the amusement park. I think it does add value to the area. I guess what I'm unsure about is the urgency of deciding on this motion tonight. So can I just ask some questions through you to the staff? Councillor Stanton indicated that the staff had indicated they were getting vibes that that there was going to be a change at that location. Can I get some clarification through you, Mr Mayor, about that, please?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the process is that there's a plan of management being prepared across a number of Crown reserves. What happens is we provide that to Crown Lands and they review that. They're in the process of reviewing it and while it's being reviewed, it's confidential. And then when we get the Crown Lands feedback and endorsement of a plan of management, we'll come back to council with a draft to put on exhibition, and it will go through the process where community can comment. So that's the process. There's no set timing for when Crown Lands will get back to us, but we have been waiting for a while now for Crown Lands to provide the feedback.
And so follow-up question, is there any indication that the circumstances there currently will change before that process happens, before it goes out on exhibition and there is comment and we see it? Is there any reason to believe that something's going to happen between now and then?
At the moment, the operator is under a temporary licence arrangement or lease arrangement, and that needs to be renewed regularly. So that process is a temporary arrangement. The general approach from Crown Lands has been to not encourage permanent structures on the land where it's identified as I think classification as a park. So there's definitely the potential that Crown may be concerned about a permanent occupation of that land continuing. So that's a real possibility. But on the urgency, we don't have a timing at this stage for when Crown Lands will give us advice back on the plan of management.
Okay, so do we know when that temporary, did you call it a licence, sorry, the temporary licence is due to cease?
I'd have to take that one, or through Mr Mayor, I'd have to take that on notice, councillor. I believe it could be in January, but I'd have to check that.
Okay. So, Mr Mayor, I'm sort of, like I said, I'm very sympathetic to the amusement park there. I think it adds value. I'm very cautious about jumping into this motion as it currently is. I would be more of a view to us writing to Crown Lands requesting that the temporary licence be extended until this process has progressed in terms of draft plans of management go out on exhibition. As much as I am sympathetic, I do think there's a valid process in terms of community consultation that would be beneficial and should be respected, rather than council just jumping in before that process. So I'm just wondering if the mover would be of a mind to just tweaking this along those lines in some way.
Just accused of a conflict of interest,
I think there is conflict, a more general conflict, but I'm putting that aside for the minute. I'm putting that aside at the moment. That would be my suggestion, is that we write to Crown Lands as a priority, requesting that they extend the licence until this process has been progressed and there's been an opportunity to go out on exhibition. I think your petition is a great part of that process, that will give an indication of the broad community support, and I would expect there is broad community support. Would you entertain that?
My understanding is that the staff are already working through that kind of process, separate from the councillors needing to do that. That was kind of my first port of call, because in the interim there is uncertainty, but I believe that the staff are handling that separately, and this was more about the plan of management itself. I'm happy to talk to the reason why I have brought it now as a more urgent basis than later, but I think that I need to wait for my right of reply for that opportunity.
As the seconder, Mr Mayor, I'll speak in support of the motion and commend Councillor Stanton, because she's actually worked through the staff in developing this motion. And I too, and put on the record, have met with the operators of the two carnivals at the entrance, at a meeting also of retailers at the entrance about a month ago, and they too lobbied me on this issue, and I do understand that it is quite urgent. Their livelihoods are at risk, so you can understand that they are quite concerned about this. I think it comes down to you either support those carnivals at the entrance or you don't, and if you support them as I do, then you support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor Castle. Just before we come to you,
okay.
If we could do a procedural motion to extend the meeting by 30 minutes. Councillor McGregor, second by Councillor Reaton. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. All right, Councillor Castle.
Yes, thank you. just wondering, even though I know Director Nichols, through you, Mr Mayor, and just mentioning Director Nichols did mention that, you know, there is a process, and I note that it says that formal consideration by councillors will take place in number 2 prior to the new draft being placed on public exhibition. But I'm just a bit concerned because I would have thought that with Councillor Stanton's motion coming to the tonight's meeting, I feel it would have been useful for us as councillors to have actually been given more information from, I guess, from staff in regards to, you know, what has been prepared that has now gone to Crown Lands. What does that look like? Because I have to say, when I saw the motion, and this isn't about the motion itself, it's more about the plan of management matter, I was blissfully unaware that we were actually involved in preparing these at this current time. And so I feel a bit blindsided by that, to be honest with you. So I'm just wondering, would it have been something that could have happened that we had actually been given a bit of background on this process prior to it coming to a council meeting, you know, as part of an extremely obviously important motion?
Okay, all those in favour of, yes, certainly.
No. You've got to move the motion be put and then.
Yeah, move the motion be put.
Hang on, you asked if it said I could speak, and I've spoken, and then I haven't had any response. I'm asking the question, point of order, why that would be the case.
Yeah, I'll give you that.
Through Mr Mayor, Councillor, we've provided some information in the CEO's response. I don't really have anything else that I can add beyond that.
All those in favour of the motion to be put? Yes, she gets it after. All those in favour of the motion to be put? Councillor McKenna, Moreland, Daniels, Eaton, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. It's carried, so Councillor Stanton.
The procedural motion, let's be clear, if the motion be put was, if you gave Councillor Stanton her right of reply before the question that the motion be put, then she would effectively close the debate anyhow. So you have to put the procedural motion first and then offer the right of reply afterwards.
No, that's incorrect. If you put the motion, you vote on it, you don't get a right of reply. That's what's the code of meeting practice. Now, we take a very bizarre approach to compliance with the code of meeting practice here, and the advice that you've just given is clearly incorrect. Given a cursory glance or understanding of the document would prove that. We need to either follow the rules or we just do whatever you want. Which one is it going to be?
We'll just check the code.
To be clear, I did raise a few minutes ago that I had a right of reply that I would like to utilise before anything was put procedurally or not.
But if Councillor Stanton took her right of reply, she closes the debate.
Yeah, then we've got to put the motion anyway.
Yeah.
You moved a gag motion to shut up his own council. We could have been listening to it now rather than seeking his clarification.
So may I just speak then?
do the right to reply, Councillor Stanton, while we're looking for this.
Thank you. I have a few councillors to respond to in their different ways. I'll just start what's top of mind. Councillor Castles mentioned a concern over the general nature of the plan of management and not being aware, and I wholeheartedly agree. I think councillors should have been provided an opportunity to be part of the initial drafting, or at least have it known to us that it was being put forward to Crown Lands, but I only found out about this subsequently, and I found it to be an urgent situation in regards to a few councillors. I think Councillor Smith raised that. Initially, the plan of management was supposed to be back from Crown Lands with their comments, and it was meant to be going on exhibition around now. That has been delayed, which is why we now have an opportunity to potentially put forward our 2 cents into this plan. Going back to the heart of the issue again, it's about permanent structures and it's about the amusement park at Memorial Park. It's saying that the council's position is that we would like this to stay because there is a level of public enjoyment. There is a level of history here. It has a huge impact to the local businesses and to the general community and tourism industry on the Central Coast. I think it's really important that we right now write to Crown Lands, because if they are able to agree and accept this, the draft that we get back from them, that will then we'll have an opportunity to review and will go on public exhibition, will be a better draft. Alternatively, we'll need to wait until it comes back. Then we'll get to look at my amazing petition of all of the community members that say, please keep this, and then we'll have to amend it from there in a public consultation process. I'm trying to start the process early because I really believe that this is an important issue. I believe the entrance can be amazing and is amazing, and this is very important to the revival of the entrance and getting people to come and visit. And I really hope that my fellow councillors can see why this is important to write to Crown Lands, that council's position is that this is really important to us.
Thanks, Councillor Stanton. I'll just go to the director.
I'm just putting my microphone early for the next motion.
Through you, Mr Mayor, just to clarify that earlier question raised by a councillor on the floor, clause 11.27 of the Code of Meeting Practice, the currently adopted Code of Meeting Practice, states that if a motion, that the original motion or an amendment be now put is passed, the chairperson must, without further debate, put the original motion or amendment to the vote immediately after the mover of the original motion has exercised their right of reply.
Thanks. And now we put the vote. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Milland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith's not voted. The motion's carried. Yeah. 7.5, notice of motion of St Hubert's Islands Plan of Works. I've done. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'll need a seconder as well. I did offer to Councillor Walsh, but she declined, I believe. So seconded by Councillor Stanton. Look, this is a long-standing issue for the St Hubert's Island community. When I came onto council, it became apparent pretty quickly that there were 2 restricted funds that had been wound up in the Gosford East Ward, one being Davistown, which we've now worked on, the second being St Hubert's Island, which is in front of us here tonight. This is a long-standing arrangement, as the association alluded to in the public forum, that dates back many years, where these residents have had funds from their pontoon and jetty fees put into a restricted fund that would then be used to fund a range of services around the island, including water maintenance and sand retention and stormwater drainage. And for a number of years since we actually amalgamated the Central Coast Council, there's been a report, but there's been no work done. So I'm very happy to stand here and actually look at how we can progress some of that work using that money that has been sitting there for quite some time. Because as you go to St Hubert's Island, it's a small part of the community, but it's a very important one. And a lot of people from other suburbs might not go there, but when you actually visit there for the first time, or for the first time in a while, you see these issues that the Speaker raised tonight that need addressing around how we can actually improve the island's amenity, not just for the residents, but for the visitors and the economy that is St Hubert's Island and those broader suburbs as well. So it's important that we start looking at how we can actually and realistically work on some of these items so we can start to get these works out the door. I think it's important for us that we put it in the 4-year delivery program, and I think the staff have been very reasonable in that, so that we're able to see, quite like we did with the Davistown Wetlands motion, you're able to see year on year what's being spent, what it's going to. That provides transparency. We talk about transparency and good governance in this place quite a lot. That is actually providing that, and it's providing it so it's transparent, not just to the council and the community, but those residents along the island as well who have been promised time and time again that things are going to happen. Now they can actually see a plan of work that is detailed, that is rolling, that commits to this work. It means it will get done, and it's our job as councillors in the months ahead, should this pass, to actually make sure that these works happen. And I know council has good intentions of doing so, but there are a few safeguards in this motion. One being that I really want to make sure that we can start the works as soon as possible. So I think it's fair and reasonable, as mentioned in point 4, that staff meet with the St Hubert's Island Residents Association by the end of February. That way we can start getting things into the operational plan for next year, and we can really start to see that process along. I think that's very fair and reasonable to the broader community as well. It is a balance with these sorts of funds. There is obviously a broader community at play, and there's the residents who may be paying these fees who are seeking a benefit from it. And I think what this motion does is tries to, again, working with fellow councillors and the staff, try to come to a spot that is fair for other parts of the community, but also fair for the residents who have had this historic arrangement. Again, it is quite a unique arrangement. I don't doubt that for a second. And it's important that we're doing that in a way that is fair and equitable, and I think that motion delivers on this. So really looking forward to seeing how we can start to get this in motion and see this come to light, because again, as you could hear from the Speaker tonight, and as I hear time and time again from the Residents Association there on St Hubert's Island, they're a community that doesn't ask for a lot. They just want to have the basics done, and the basics done right. So I think this is more than fair and reasonable. I commend this to the council and I encourage you to support it.
Thank you. Councillor McGregor.
Just a question to the mover. You mentioned that restricted funds have been wound up in the Gosford East Ward that have necessitated this motion or are involved with this. What restricted funds are you talking about? When were they wound up, and how much was in the restricted funds when they were collected?
Councillor Lamont, thank you.
So there was the only two restricted funds that I'm aware of this nature on the Central Coast. Both happened to be in the Gosford East Ward. One was the Davistown Wetlands Fund, which had, I believe, $1.2 million, or maybe it was 1.5. It was over $1 million. The St Hubert's Island Fund had, I believe, $700,000 in it. Both were rolled into broader council funds during administration. So I'm sure you'd be very pleased to know that was an act of the administrator.
Thanks for your clarification.
Okay, Councillor Lamont. Councillor Smith, can you be a buzzer? Yeah, thanks.
I have an amendment for this motion. I was just wondering if it could please put it up on the screen. I don't agree with the motion. I think we're setting a precedent up. There's a lot of communities and suburbs on the coast that all think they're special and want things done, but we do have an IP in our framework that we're supposed to follow that gives everyone a chance to get things done on the coast. So I can't support it at all. I think all for community consultation and dealing with resident associations and everything, but I think we should be letting them know that we can and what we can and can't do within the framework that we have, rather than sort of establishing expectations for St Hubert's that we probably, other communities and suburbs and on the Central Coast, you know, why can't they ask the same? I know there's a fund there that's been put into general revenue as far as it, if I can ask one question through you, Mr Mayor. I know with Davistown, most of that was from sale of an asset or land. I'm just wondering whether 700,000 that has been quoted, where what mainly made that up, if anyone has any idea.
Through you, Mr Mayor, there's a licence fee that you have for having a pontoon. So the pontoon's out in the water, and there's fees that council collect. So that goes towards what was in the reserve, and that's how that funding's been accrued.
So in that case, do we have to change policy on what we do with collection of fees? If we're going to redirect them to a particular cause, should we be doing that with all fees that we're collecting around the coast? I just think this is probably not a very equitable motion at all. I just think we're setting a dangerous precedent, and we really have to rethink what you're actually proposing here. Thank you.
Can I have a seconder for Councillor Ramont's amendment?
Sorry, is the amendment up on the screen?
And there were no seconder.
Is that it? Oh, I'll let you do it if you want.
Who's Councillor Walsh second? Right. Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's just some questions, and I'm just, haven't got this clear in my mind, even from the information in the report. So there was a restriction prior to the administrator removing that restriction, and what was the purpose of that previous restriction?
Through you, Mr Mayor. There was previously a restriction whereby the revenue from the licence fees for the jetties and pontoons was restricted for the purposes to use in relation to maintaining the waterways and areas on St Hubert's Island. When the restrictions policy was reviewed and adopted by council, which was in roughly mid-2024, I'm just chasing down the date for you, that existing restriction was rolled into our broader restriction. So the money didn't disappear. We grouped various restrictions together, but it was still set aside for St Hubert's Island. That's the $748,223 that currently sits aside for St Hubert's Island. Since that time, the licence fees for the jetties and pontoons is no longer directed into that restriction, and the reason for that was to make that consistent with other administrative charges across the LGA, which are designed to recoup costs for the management of whatever service we're providing. Since that time, that money has been sitting there set aside for St Hubert's Island. My understanding of this motion is that it's to determine what works and services will be provided utilising those funds.
Okay, so thank you for that. So do we know if there was ever, and look, I do vaguely remember the St Hubert's group in the former council talking about this, and I vaguely remember, I think they mentioned a plan that sorry? Yeah, that never got done, but I don't know that there was an undertaking to implement it at that point in time. The speaker indicated that there was general agreement from staff about the implementation of plan. Can I get a comment on that? They seem to think that St Hubert's residents and the staff had reached a consensus that they wanted to implement the plan. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr Mayor, there's been ongoing discussions with the Residents Association at St Hubert's, and there's discussion of a whole raft of different potential projects and infrastructure works that could be done. The main element that we're working on and have been delivering is the dredging program. So we deliver a certain amount of dredging every year, and we've also been working on the plumes that are coming into the canals from the stormwater drains. So they're the main focus for us, but there's a range of other issues that the residents have been identifying that need work.
Okay. Look, I guess, I still have unanswered questions in my mind, and I know it's getting late and we don't want to spend time. My preference would be that this got referred to the Environment and Planning Committee to dig a little bit deeper. I think there's great merit in this, but I think there's merit in progressing this somehow, but I'm just not comfortable. It's not clear to me whether we're looking at then re-establishing a restricted fund and putting the money in there, and whether we're adding to that over time. It doesn't sound like we are. I thought, and I don't want to diminish the value of that plan, but my vague recollection is that there were some things in it that there wasn't agreement on. No, I don't want to ask you a question. That'll just prolong everything. So look, I think there's an opportunity to go forward with this in some form, but I guess I just don't feel confident that we really have a good understanding of what this motion would achieve or would deliver. And I would really ask the mover or the person moving the amendment might consider just referring it to the MP committee. And we invite the St Hubert's people in to maybe workshop a little bit more with that committee about what their desired outcome is. Thank you.
Councillor Rayton.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I support the motion and now move that the motion be put.
So, all right, so the motion to be put. All those in favour of the motion to be put? Yeah, the amendment, the amendment to be put. All those in favour to put the motion?
Put the motion or the amendment?
The amendment. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Newland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. Against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those in favour? All that was carried. So now the motion.
I've got a question. We haven't put. He hasn't moved any motion.
No, the amendment's lost. So now the motion.
But he's only put a procedural motion in relation to putting the amendment, not in relation to putting the motion. So I'm asking to speak in relation to the substantive motion. It was just a question. This references dredging in St Hubert's Island. What I'm seeking is, I really don't understand what the land structure of St Hubert's Island is. There are obviously artificial canals that have been constructed. I'm just wondering, is this actually Department of Land's land or council land in those canals? Is it common property owned in a strata, or is it individually connected to each person's property and his private land?
Through you, Mr Mayor, it's a bit unusual. The canals are actually council-controlled waterways.
Oh, interesting.
So I think they're technically a drainage reserve. So in this case, we actually do the maintenance of the canals. So where we do dredging is to maintain the depth of the canals and to move, obviously, sand from the centre. And then we also deal with the drainage that comes in from the stormwater drains into the canals and manage the plumes. So, yeah, but definitely council-controlled water. Yeah.
And then we will actually look at the plan and see what's feasible.
Councillor Wright, are you closing?
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I think to counter what Councillor Lamont said, this actually is putting it in the IPNR documents. Councillor Lamont, I'm addressing your question. And it actually is about putting it in the delivery plan. And for Councillor Smith's point, it will come back to council because we need to approve the plan of work. And thirdly, Yes, so that's the whole thing. We will actually work with the association to put together and say, this is what you want, this is what we think is feasible, here's how much it would cost. The same as it did with Davistown. It went to the committee, it went to council, everyone was happy with it. So I suppose on that note, my third point is I can see Councillor Walsh there as she appealed to Councillor McNamara. This is your ward, your community. I offered you to second the motion, you had ample time to ask questions, and I would encourage you to support the motion.
Thanks, Councillor. All those in...
Point of order. Okay. Now, in referring back to my previous point of order, after I got death stared and glared at, I believe Councillor Stanton was given a right of reply. We haven't put the amendment to a vote. The mover
Yeah, we did. We put the amendment to the vote.
Has not had their right of reply. So if we're going to be consistent with following this document, firstly, the mover of the amendment should be given right of reply. And secondly, you can't put the motion without putting the amendment first. I understand that people want to get through things quickly, but we've got to follow the rules.
We put the amendment, we voted on the amendment was lost.
We didn't.
Yeah, we did.
We didn't.
Civic, we voted for the amendment.
No, we didn't vote on the amendment. We voted on putting the amendment, but we didn't vote on the amendment.
Okay, we'll vote on the amendment now. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor McGregor. Okay. You don't get a right of reply in an amendment.
Do you get a right of reply if it becomes a motion?
If it becomes a motion. So, all those in favour, my apologies, all those in favour of the amendment? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Millen, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The amendment is lost, so the motion now to vote on is all those in favour of the motion. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Millen, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor Lamont? Carried. The motion's carried. Yeah. Can I have a procedural motion to extend the meeting by another 30 minutes, please? Councillor Eaton, second by Councillor McGregor. All those in favour? All those in favour of extending? This is not everybody. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Mullen, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Neal, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? No, just abstained from voting. Thank you. Next item on the agenda is notice of motion design excellence competition for Old Gosford Library. Councillor Wright. Councillor Wright. Councillor Milland.
Yeah, thank you. I think it's just about to come up on the screen. I'll be quick, Mr Mayor. I know it's getting late and everybody wants to try and get home before midnight. Thank you. Tonight, councillors, we're being asked to think boldly yet responsibly about the future of one of Gosford's most recognisable civic buildings, the Old Gosford Library. The notice of motion builds directly on the work already endorsed by the Chamber, including Councillor Castle's motion at our last meeting. As that foundational work continues, the next logical step is to clearly clarify what this building could become, not through guesswork, but through a professionally led adaptive reuse approach. Council's CEO has advised that while a formal design excellence competition is one pathway, it also brings time and cost implementations. Instead, a more efficient and equally robust approach is available to prepare a clear architectural brief and to engage 3 architects to develop concept plans for the building's potential reuse. My revised motion before you tonight reflects the CEO's response, feedback received from last week's Library Review Committee, and public feedback received from residents and local businesses. The Old Gosford Library is not just simply an unused building. It's a rare example of brutalist and Japanese-influenced architecture. These are features that give the building character, and character is an asset, especially in a city centre that is seeking to grow its identity, confidence, and vibrancy. These qualities do not limit its future, they elevate it. Character, when handled correctly, becomes an important asset for a city centre seeking renewal, energy, and identity. Councillors, it's important that I state up front that adaptive reuse is not a radical concept or a dangerous threat to conservation and heritage. Across Australia, it has become a proven catalyst for economic activation and community pride. We've seen it repeatedly. However, I want to highlight a few very well-known examples of adaptive reuse. In Hobart, the heritage-listed Goods Shed became a landmark restaurant and event space, transforming the surrounding precinct into a cultural and commercial hub. In Brisbane, the former Peter's Ice Cream Factory became a celebrated brewery and dining destination, breathing life into the West End. In February, the old artillery in Fremantle, the old artillery barracks were reborn as a thriving music and hospitality venue that strengthened the local nightlife economy. And just 90 minutes down the freeway, we are seeing the wonderful adaptive upgrade of the historic State Library building. That has been preserved and its heritage fabrics respected while creating vibrant new public spaces and hospitality offerings. Adaptive reuse has proven its value across Australia. When heritage buildings are reimagined with care, the results are transformative. They attract visitation, they support local economies, and they give communities reasons to gather. In other words, they become catalysts for further precinct revitalisation. This old library building sits at the edge of Kibble Park, the area we are actively positioning as the anchor of Gosford's emerging nighttime entertainment precinct. For that precinct to succeed, Kibble Park must feel alive, connected and welcoming. The former library will play a crucial role in determining whether that vision is realised. By commissioning 3 architectural concepts, Council will obtain a clear picture of how this building can support a combination of commercial and public uses. The brief will ask architects to respect and retain the building's significant architectural character while exploring a contemporary vision for how these elements can be integrated sensitively and effectively. The brief will also invite architects to consider a long-standing sister city's relationship with Edogawa, acknowledging and celebrating the Japanese influences embedded in its original design. This is an opportunity to honour that cultural connection in a sophisticated and meaningful way. Importantly, the concept plans will also extend beyond the building itself. They will include proposals for improving the surrounding public domain, connecting the building more effectively to Kibble Park, enhancing pedestrian movement and visibility, and ensuring the adaptive reuse contributes to a safer, more active and more connected civic environment. Councillors, this motion isn't about locking us into a particular use or a particular design. It's about ensuring that when the expression of interest and tender processes proceed, it does so on a foundation of clarity, creativity and informed decision-making. At last week's Library Review panel, my fellow councillor Jane Smith called for blue sky thinking in relation to the EOI process, and I commend her for her foresight. Because at its core, blue sky strategy is all about developing a long-term, unconstrained plan that involves brainstorming big visionary ideas without limitations like budget or current technology, and then working backwards to make it a reality. That's exactly what this motion allows us to do. So tonight I'm asking my fellow councillors to support a visionary process, a process that invites creativity, respects heritage, builds economic opportunity, and positions Gosford as a city where design excellence is a central component of our identity. Together, let's back an aspirational future, where this iconic building that was once a place of learning becomes a place of gathering, a place that brings new life to the heart of our region's CBD. I commend the motion to the Chamber.
Seconded by Councillor McQuaid. Any other discussion? Councillor Castles?
I do have an amendment. Is it the time to put it now, Mayor? Thanks, Councillor Moreland. I would just like to propose this amendment. I did send it through to civic support staff earlier today. I can read it out, but have you got it to put up on the board? Thank you. So what my amendment is asking is that we defer consideration of Deputy Mayor Moreland's motion until after the Library Review Committee recommendations from the 4th of December 2025 meeting are considered by Council at the ordinary meeting to be held on the 27th of January 2026. And secondly, notes that these 4 recommendations were supported unanimously at the December the 4th, 2025 meeting of the Library Review Committee. I move that amendment.
Second by Councillor Walsh.
I'll just speak briefly to it.
Yep.
And hope that Deputy Mayor Moreland will accept the amendment. I think it's, is very important that we do respect the work of the Library Review Committee, and I know that Councillor Moreland has certainly alluded to the fact that he definitely does respect that. We've worked long and hard alongside staff, members of the community who have expressed their interest, concern about the library. As you all know, we won't go through the story again. Over the last, and we've worked harder on that over the last over 12 months now. In addition to which, of course, the community, many people in the community have actually worked hard to try and, if you like, save this library and recognising its heritage value for much longer and before even we were elected. I think it's also absolutely crucial that, again, respect is given to the unanimous support of the 4 recommendations of the meeting. Because, again, these have come about through long, hard work where we've actually considered matters really carefully. And I'd like to think that Councillor Moreland, being the Deputy Mayor that he certainly is proving to be, will actually realise and accept that we need to include this amendment to actually move this forward. Thank you.
Come on, John.
Councillor Walsh.
Yes, thank you, Mr Mayor. Just to speak in support of Councillor Castle's comments, there is a fair degree of irony here with listening to Deputy Mayor Moreland's motion. I'm pleased to hear Councillor Castles use the word heritage and would certainly really appreciate seeing that recognised and respected in Deputy Mayor Moreland's motion, if he would think about that. And just the irony of now listening to people actually identifying the old library as some kind of beacon of what Gosford can look like, when only a matter of months earlier, certainly the sentiment was to tear it down. So save it we did, the community did, and council has. So any, and the work that was put into making those decisions by the community, but most definitely by the review panel, I believe should be respected. And it's not to say that Deputy Mayor Moreland's motion certainly can't be embraced with some changes that I personally think are necessary, but definitely support the amendment here so that maybe all of what needs to be heard and considered can actually be heard and considered. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Can I just check, are you accepting the amendment, Councillor Moreland?
I'd like to hear what you've got to say, Councillor Smith.
Look, I am of a mind that there was a process and there was a meeting last week where there was discussion and agreement. In terms of your original motion, and I appreciate my blue sky thinking, probably doesn't align with the first point that says cafe downstairs and restaurant upstairs. My blue sky is a bit more than that. I mean, I think the rest of your motion has some merit, but I don't see that there would not be benefit to respecting the process and just deferring that until these other aspects have been considered. So I would hope and would encourage and that you might consider that because I do think there's elements of your motion that have merit, but I'd like to see this process gone through. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Castles and Councillor Walsh and Councillor Smith. I really respect the feedback, to be honest, and however, I won't accept the amendment, and I'll tell you why. I think what I'm recommending works in harmony with the work that's been undertaken. I think it can work alongside with the current process, and I think we can embed what we learn from that process in making sure that EOI process, and when we go out for tender, we understand the type of responses that we want, and we can encourage those type of responses as well. So although I appreciate that feedback, I do believe that what I'm recommending tonight can enhance that current process while still respecting the work undertaken by the review panel.
All right. All those in favour of the amendment of Councillor Castles, Councillor Walsh, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. All those in favour, all those against the amendment? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. The amendment's lost. All those in favour of
Mr Mayor, I've just got a question before you go to the vote. Could I ask through you to the CEO, presumably to the Director, how would Councillor Millen's suggestion of the, I think is it a design excellence competition, does that sit alongside the resolution of the advisory committee from last week? Can those two things happen concurrently? Only on the amendment.
So, Councillor, I think it would be, we would be able to work it into the process where, in essence, you're looking at, before going to procurement for changes to the building, you really look at developing some alternate concepts and then the panel looking at those different concepts to identify a preferred, and then it would inform your procurement process going on after that. It wouldn't affect the planning proposal that is looking to do a local heritage listing. That process would just continue as well.
Okay. Can I still ask Councillor Milland if he'd just withdraw part one, since that is predetermining an outcome when we have other processes happening concurrently? I mean, that can be considered, but it just seems premature to predetermine the use of the building before everything else has happened.
Thank you. So all those in favour of the motion are Councillor Milland and McQuaid. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Milland, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith. The motion is carried.
Mr Mayor, can I move a procedural motion that we come back and take item 6.6 off the table and resume debate?
Yep. All those in favour? It's the one we've laid on the table.
Charmhaven Sewer Treatment Plant.
6.6.
It's a matter for council.
Item 6.6.
So, no, it's not been put. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Milland.
This is just, we're just lifting it off the table.
Yeah. I actually was going to inquire whether I thought it was put on the table on the basis that we would revive it when we're in confidential. Aren't we also having to move into confidential?
Sorry. No. A procedural motion does get put. So there's two steps. Step one is to lift it off the table. Step two is you can choose whether you wish to just deal with the matter in confidential or not. Okay? So you need to lift it off the table first.
Yeah. So all those in favour of lift, Councillor Milland, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Neal, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? All those against? Councillor Smith and Councillor Lamont. Carried. So.
Now I'll move the motion be put.
Yep. All those in favour of the motion be put. Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Milland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid. All those against? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walls, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont and Councillor Smith. Carried.
Just off the right of reply.
Yeah. Right of reply.
Councillor Milland.
Councillor Milland. Right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry, I was trying to keep up with everything that was happening in the background.
Yeah, if you don't want to take it, you don't need to take it.
I'd like to. Just quickly. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just want to hold up the front page of the local paper from last week and the first 2 or 3 pages in the paper, because it made me a very proud deputy mayor. Colleagues, before we put this matter to a vote, I want to draw your attention to something powerful, something that does not come from council reports, consultants or political debate, but directly from our community. Last week's Coast Community News told a very clear story. The front page of our regional paper contained the following headlines. A big week for Gosford forges ahead. New uni campus will help revitalise Gosford. On page 2, the headline was Gosford is the future. And on page 4, the headline reads, Gosford is on the up and up.
Councillor Milland, you're meant to be speaking about the...
If you give me a second, Mr. Mayor, I'm getting it.
No.
Please.
You can only respond to what I've already done. You can't... We're talking about the tender here. You can't bring in new
I thought
stuff.
you asked me for a right of reply for my...
Yeah, but no, that you can't. You can only reply.
Can I just be really clear? A right of reply, you only reply to the things that people have said about said about the motion. You can't introduce new material. So a right of reply needs to respond to those people who spoke against the motion, including specifically Councillor McGregor. That's all.
Councillor Wright.
I was going to say, can we see more of the newspaper?
All right, it's been put. All those in favour? Councillor McKenna, Councillor... 6.
Sorry, let's be really clear. Let's be really clear. You're spending $144 million. So
6.6.
This is 6.6. The staff recommendation moved by Councillor Milland, seconded by Councillor Eaton.
And it's been put, so all those in favour, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor Milland, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, all those against, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont and Councillor Smith abstaining, so carried. Thank you. Next item agenda is 7.2, notice of motion, local government, New South Wales.
No, sorry, 6.9. Oh, did that get through?
Yes, 6.
Regional library? Yeah, sorry, yeah, you're right, you're right.
So have we got a mover for item 7.2?
7.2.
Councillor Castles. Seconded by Councillor Walsh.
It's getting to be that time of night, isn't it? Yes, look, some of us were obviously at this conference a couple of weeks ago down in Penrith, and I'm just very happy to write to congratulate Local Government New South Wales on holding an excellent 2025 conference in Penrith. Also congratulating all the councillors from across the state who were elected to the board. And I'm very keen that we write specifically to congratulate newly elected board president Darcy Byrne, Mayor of the Inner West Council, Treasurer Adam Schultz, who as we all know is our neighbour, Mayor of Lake Macquarie Council, and Vice President Kendrick Winchester, Rural Regional, and Carlos for Metropolitan Urban. Now, I'd just like to speak to that. I think it's indicative that that actually what we look at here is, and of course I am going to get party political just temporarily, is that all the people in those positions actually are Labor councillors. Now, the reason this is relevant is because this will help steer Local Government New South Wales Board in the right direction. Secondly, it's also clear that because obviously there was a bit of a glitch when there were the local government elections in 2024, where the Liberal Party kind of lost the plot, and I do feel sorry for candidates who were stuffed around, just to use that term, obviously, so not so many of them were elected. However, Labor is organised and the Liberals weren't, and this is a bit of a proof of the pudding. Thank you very much. I commend the motion.
Just to let you know that the Mayor's office has already drafted some correspondence to go back to him. Thank you. Any other, Councillor Wright?
Yeah, can I move an amendment to specifically congratulate another neighbouring councillor, perhaps one council removed, Councillor Callum Poole? No? Just want to keep it with the Labor Party, Councillor Castles? Okay. I don't know. Is this going to win you that many votes at the next Labor Party meeting?
People whose buzzer's on. Put your buzzer on.
Sorry, these are the most sort of prestigious positions, so I felt it was most important to state that. I have congratulated all other councillors from across the state, and that would include anybody who is a councillor from across the state on the Local Government New South Wales Board. So I think I'd like to leave it there. Thank you.
They don't get a letter? You want to spend council resources you're laughing about it too. You want to spend council resources congratulating your mates.
All right, come on, let's go to the vote here. Let's go to the vote. All those in favour? All those in favour?
All those against?
So it's now Councillor Moreland, Councillor McKenna, Councillor Daniels, Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walsh, Councillor Neal, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid's not here, and Councillor Wright is against? Abstained.
It's opposite.
Next item agenda, notice of motion.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a procedural motion to defer the balance of the business paper to the January ordinary meeting of council. We're not going to get through them in 10 minutes.
So that was to put the last three off, is that?
Yes.
He's moved it.
Yeah.
That's not. I don't think that's a formal procedural motion. You probably need a seconder to defer the business.
Need a seconder.
Has he got a seconder?
Well, we've got 9 minutes. Which one do you want to
He hasn't got a seconder?
No. He's not got a seconder.
He hasn't got a lapses for want of a seconder?
Yeah.
No,
So-
I tried.
Hold it.
Notice of motion amending the standing structure, so who's moving? You never get a seconder.
Sorry, is that mine?
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Mr Mayor, I am actually happy to defer mine until the next meeting. I think it would be good to have sensible debate about it rather than whatever is going to
Get a
happen in the
seconder.
next 5 or 10
You
minutes.
got a seconder?
Get a seconder?
Seconded
Yeah,
to defer.
Councillor McGregor.
Thank you.
Beautiful.
All those in favour?
Okay, we can do.
All those in favour, yep, unanimous, thank you.
7.6.
7.6, notice of motion, Wyong Road residents petition, Councillor McGregor.
Yeah, look, we obviously don't have a lot of time. So firstly, I'd like to thank Rosemary for bringing the issue to the attention of multiple councillors. If you remember back to her speech, she said that this has been an issue going back to 1999, where the improvements have either been budgeted and taken in and out of the budget. She contacted all the ward councillors. She spent roughly 6 months collecting this petition that she gave me tonight. It's got about 500 signatures in it, I am advised. I don't know the people, I haven't read through it. If anyone would like to, it's there. If you look at the notice of motion, it's asking for a report. So we're receiving the petition from the residents and we're looking for a report by the February 26th council meeting with options for responding to it. It's not directing funds, it's not directing officers to do anything other than to come back with a response to the petition that's been derived from and come entirely from people that have lived in the area for 20 or 30 years and have been promised things in the past. I would ask that, regardless of your feelings towards me, that you at least respect Rosemary Long and the residents of Wyoming who have signed the petition in considering what they've said, see what the staff say and where we can go from here. Thank you.
Seconded by Councillor McNamara. No other discussion, all those in favour?
I have a quick question, please.
Councillor.
Sorry, very quick question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the probably Director Bogoff, I think. I did put a information request up about this back on the 22nd of October when I saw the petition was first started at the Wyoming shops. The response that I received via that platform was that the issue would be looked into and repairs would begin from the 31st of October. Just wondering if that had started.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Daniels. Interested in relation to any pothole works, yes, that would have already been undertaken and we do continually monitor that. Works that, I'm not quite sure if you're referring to any other works, but our interactive map does indicate, our 10-year road renewal map does indicate a rehabilitation in 2027, 28 for about $280,000.
Okay. Put the motion. All those in favour? Unanimous. Thank you. Last item, notice of motion 7.7, budget allocation for toilets adjacent to minor circle.
Yes, I'd like to move the motion standing in my name. There is a redrafted motion that I have provided to Civic Support, which I've negotiated with Councillor McWade.
Have we got a seconder?
Seconded by Councillor Smith.
Yep, got it.
This matter's been debated a number of times before. I don't think it's necessary to debate it again. This ensures that there can be consideration of further funding at the next budget session. I'll waive my right of reply and allow you to put the motion. You can put the motion, Mr. Mayor.
I'm just reading. Yeah. Any other discussion? No. Councillor Neil?
I waive my right of reply. Please proceed to put the motion.
Over. Councillor, can you put your buzzer off so somebody else can talk? Thank you.
Yeah, we've got this one in the Wyoming road issue, and it just brings up a bigger issue for myself in that we have plenty of toilet strategies into the long-term plan. We've got the Wyoming Road and we've got the 10-year plan, and now we've got the toilet plan again. I'm just figuring out, this seems to be a recurring event most council meetings. Is this really the best way of, I suppose, making sure our long-term financial plan is followed, rather than each month, each half hour, we're looking at things to redo? That I would have thought would have been part of the process of getting a long-term financial plan or the strategies. Just a general question as to, is really this the best way for us to manage?
I don't think I need to inject myself in the debate. That's a valid point, and it's perhaps an appropriate thing as part of the debate rather than asking questions of staff.
I'll respond to that in my right to reply if there's no one else speaking.
Yeah, Councillor Milne.
Just a quick question through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Director. This is a hot topic, right? I'm just interested in the Director's comments why it wasn't included in the strategy. Have we missed something as councillors? I'm just keen to know why it wasn't considered.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to Councillor Moreland. There was a fair bit of discussion previously in relation to the matrix and the ranking in the toilet strategy, and that's how it became identified at number 16, I think it was, in the strategy.
All right, Councillor Neil, you'll have to be quick.
Yes, in relation to this, to the comments made by Councillor McNamara, this motion does exactly that, injects this item into the budget process. So I've listened to you and your friends and followed that process. In relation to the toilet strategy, yes, of course, we do the best job we can with the knowledge that we have at the time we adopt it, but sometimes other information becomes available. That is the particular demands of a group called the disabled surface, which we were not aware of when we adopted it. And we have to, when we get more information, we improve our decisions, and that's what I'm proposing to do there. I ask the motion be put.
Okay. All those in favour? Councillor McGregor, Councillor Castles, Councillor Crowley, Councillor Walls, Councillor Neil, Councillor Lamont, Councillor Smith.
You're breaking your word, Trent.
Against? Councillor McKenna, Councillor Mullen, Councillor Eaton, Councillor Stanton, Councillor Wright, Councillor McNamara, Councillor McQuaid, and I've got a casting vote, and I'm voting against that. So, I now close the meeting at 11 p.m. Exactly.